Okay, we are going to call this Tuesday, May 19th City Council meeting to order. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Councilmember Amy Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Roisin O'Farrell.
Here.
Mayor Josh Amato.
Here.
Councilmember Kent Treen.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Boyer.
Here.
Councilmember Pam Stewart.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Debbie Treen.
Here.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Treen, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Stewart, will you please read the land acknowledgement statement?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved and
Second.
seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Up next, we will start public comment. When you have your name called, please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. At the 3-minute mark, I will start to cut you off. I'll call 3 people up at once, and you can all line up behind the podium. Up first, we have Amy McComber, then Mary Wichter, and then Kelly Martin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary Wichter, and I have lived in the Tamarack neighborhood for 25 years in the city of Sammamish. So Tamarack is a plat from 1964 done by the assessor. It's a 2-page plat. I put it on 1 page. And on it, there's about 212 lots, and there's all of our roads drawn out. In fact, this is called the face of the plat, and it's called delineated. So the roads are very, very carefully delineated on the plat. They've existed for a long time, and the easements go back to 1959 or earlier. I wasn't even born then, but that doesn't mean they aren't valid. So the problem that we have in our area is there's this road closed with this chain link fence, and it's within 10.5 feet of a fire hydrant, even though you're not supposed to park within 15 feet of a fire hydrant. And then there's metal posts that are concreted into the ground. And so that makes it so we're not able to go through. And then there's a second blockage that's 4 bollards that were put in. And actually, most of what's put in either by the city or by people in the area is actually on the city's property, because in Tamarack you own the lot that you own, and the city owns this big 14-acre open space tract kind of at the top, and you own halfway into the road, because that's also set on the plat. So I emailed you in a whole bunch of photos today, including going back to 2014 when this road was. It was the first time I ever took a picture, and it was gravel, and you can see that it's open, and it really needs to be opened. So I guess what I'm here for tonight is I did get a soft response. I'll call it the city's initial response, and thank you for that. And I know there was supposed to be a meeting maybe this last week, and I haven't heard from that. But we really need you to recognize our easements. And the reason is because when I looked it up on the internet, I also gave you the easement again, and I drew out, because the easement is helpful to us and it will also be helpful to you. And I asked, can you build a fence on an area where there's an easement? And it says you cannot build a fence across a private road if it blocks, obstructs, or interferes with the legal access rights, easements of others, and I have easement right to that along with other people. We've had 208th, 209th, 210th, 210th Place, and Northeast Forest Street right you on that, so you're affecting a lot of people. There's an exception to the rule about the fence. A gate might be permitted if all parties with easement rights, and there's 212 lots, would agree in writing, and it does not unreasonably interfere with their usage. Well, having the blockages interferes with our uses. You guys have been closing Lewis Thompson for needed reasons. It's going to get paved soon, and that'll close again. And then George Davis Creek is starting. That gets closed. To drive around is 2.4 miles. To walk or drive internally is just 0.4, so under half a mile. So it's really needed for emergency and schools. So I hope that you'll look into it and keep looking at what my email says. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Kelly, and then Zach Griffin, and then...
Oh, can Amy go? She's here now.
Yes, Amy, yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Amy McComber, back again. I just wanted to let you guys know that in the process of all this, I've been kind of talking with the neighborhood, and it seems to me that there's just a couple that are on the other side of this blockage, and they are talking with a bunch of other people saying, oh, it's going to be a big mess if now the construction is over. It's going to be so bad because all these cars are going to drive right past your house. This has been open for 30 years before all of it. Well, more than that, 50 years, but I've been there for about 25 of those years. And it has never been a busy road. And I just have a hard time with some people who are jeopardizing other people's safety and also being kind of selfish that they just want to live on some kind of little dead end. They're creating a dead end, and it's not safe and it's not fair. And these easements were in place back in the 60s or whatever. And another neighbor told me recently, just today, he said, another thing that we've been talking about is that when it snows, that is the only safe route for them to take because it's very flat to go out that way versus drop off side roads and that sort of thing. So there are a million reasons why this needs to be undone. And not a single one that I know of that is reasonable to do it. I mean, the funny thing is a lot of those houses down there have to drive right past my house to get there. And what if I decided to say, oh, I live on a private road, it's an easement by the city, I'm just going to block it, and I'm just going to have you pay in order to get past, or just block it for no other reason. If I were to do that, they wouldn't even been able to get down there. So I just don't understand why they're doing this. And I really hope that you guys will step up and do something that just simply makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kelly, and then Zach, and then Jillian Wallace.
Good evening, City Council and leadership. My name is Kelly Martin, and I serve as the branch exec at the Sammamish Community YMCA. For nearly 10 years, the Sammamish Community Y has proudly partnered with the City of Sammamish to serve the growing needs of this community. Through this partnership, the Y has become far more than a swim and gym. We are a gathering place, a health and wellness hub, and a trusted community partner committed to ensuring all people have access to programs, connections, and belonging. Building 120 has served as an important extension of that partnership, allowing the Y and the city to expand opportunities and community access for Sammamish residents. Every day, the Sammamish Y works to meet the evolving needs of our community by providing free and accessible opportunities for connection and wellness beyond traditional membership offerings. These programs are not simply recreational offerings, they are community-building opportunities that strengthen physical health, mental well-being, social connection, and quality of life. As our community continues to grow, access to spaces like Building 120 becomes increasingly important. In Q1 of 2026 alone, the Sammamish Community Y welcomed more than 158,000 visits. That level of engagement reflects the growing demand for accessible spaces. Our lease at Building 120 plays a critical role in our ability to continue serving the community at this level. The space allows us to provide membership-based offerings such as open badminton, registration-based youth sports programming, and our valued partnership with the Sammamish Friends to offer pickleball programming for Sammamish residents 55 and older. These programs consistently activate the building and provide meaningful access throughout the week. Together, the City of Sammamish and the Sammamish Community Y have built nearly a decade-long partnership and impact. As part of this continued partnership, we respectfully ask that the City Council consider extending the current lease agreement for Building 120. An extension would allow the Y to continue providing critical programs and services to the community while supporting continued activation and stewardship. As conversations continue regarding the future use and operations of Building 120, the Y believes it is vital that the building remain open and active in service to the community. YMCA of Greater Seattle has successfully partnered with other city organizations to operate and activate shared spaces, including the City of Woodinville through Carol Edwards Center and with the Fauntleroy Church in West Seattle. These partnerships demonstrate the Y's ability to collaboratively manage facilities to maximize community benefit while remaining operationally sustainable. We are open to partnering with the city to explore how our existing resources, staff, and operational expertise could help expand community use of Building 120 in a way that is mutually beneficial to the city and the Y, while ensuring the space remains active and accessible for all residents. Thank you for your time and your continued service.
Thank you for your comments. Zach, and then Jillian, and then Paul Stickney.
I'll bend down. Good evening, council members and city leadership. My name is Zach Griffin, and I've lived in the Sammamish area for 12 years. I'm currently serving as chair of the Sammamish Community YMCA Advisory Board. I'm speaking tonight from the perspective of both a community volunteer and a Sammamish resident who has seen firsthand the impact the YMCA has on our city. I've seen the YMCA create spaces where families feel connected, where kids build confidence, where older adults find community, and where residents have access to programs that support both physical and mental well-being. Programs like Community Swim, Community Pickleball, Healthy Kids Day, Fall Festival, and Pedaling for Parkinson's are examples of the YMCA meeting residents where they are and creating opportunities that are welcoming and accessible. As board chair, I also have visibility into the operational side of the organization. I have seen the YMCA manage resources thoughtfully, operate efficiently, and maximize community impact with the facilities and partnerships available to them. The YMCA has demonstrated that it knows how to activate spaces, manage programming, support staffing, and create meaningful access for the community in a sustainable and responsible way. Building 120 has become an important extension of that work. It allows the YMCA to continue expanding programs and serving residents in a way that would otherwise be difficult to accommodate. It also keeps an important community space active and utilized. A few numbers relative to the community usage of Building 120 through YMCA programs. 1,000. The number of people who attend YMCA community and 55 plus pickleball on an annual basis, so about 100 a month. 680. The current number of children in YMCA youth sports over basketball and badminton that flow through Building 120 for their programs, 680. From my perspective, the YMCA has proven itself to be a trusted and capable partner to the city of Sammamish. The relationship between the city and the YMCA over the last decade has created tangible benefits for residents, and I believe there is value in continuing to build on that partnership moving forward. As council considers the future of Building 120, I respectfully ask that you consider extending the YMCA's lease. This would provide continuity for the community, allow important programs and partnerships to continue, and ensure the building remains an active resource serving Sammamish residents during this interim period. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to serving our residents.
Thank you for your comments. Jillian, and then Paul Stickney.
Greetings, Jillian Wallace of the historic town of Inglewood. Yays for trees, bees, and flowers. Yay for living in a community surrounded by productive farms. And yay for our farmers market, extended hours now from 4 till 8. I personally attend weekly starting around 7 o'clock, and I'm quite happy the vendors are no longer closing up around me. Thank you so much for that. I would also like to remind everybody coming up Inglewood Hill Road, when you see the IBC sign, that's the starting marker for that dangerous 5-point unmarked intersection. Please stay in the lane as you slow down and you go around those double blind turns. And we can't see you either as we pull into traffic, so please go slower. Don't assume the shoulder is clear of pedestrians. Last year, we averaged someone getting bumped by a car about every 2 weeks. And with Memorial Weekend as the traditional launch of summer activities, this will also be our 1-year anniversary of Inglewood's Public Roads release letter from the city, fixed and memorialized last October. Please learn from the past council's mistakes and remember to do your due diligence and research before you kick the hornet's nest. As our city manager transitions, please remember Scott's guidance and wisdom to listen and to lead by example with a kind voice. Give grace and patience, and please don't forget Inglewood sidewalks funded under Public Works GAP project, because Public Works really does keep the city moving. Prioritizing our roads, our clean water, and because everybody needs to use it, honestly. Enhanced street sweeping. I've noticed the bike lanes are so much clearer and easier to traverse. Cool pavement lasers and environmental sciences. I have learned a lot over this past year, and tonight I would like to thank Audrey and Public Works Department for all that you do to teach and service us. Now, let's go outside to our beautiful Pacific Northwest, our beautiful Sammamish, and then promptly sneeze from all the pollen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Paul, and then if anyone else in the room who would like to give public comment but did not sign up would like to, please line up behind Paul at this time. Thank you. Celia Wu, you'll be after Paul.
Good evening, City Council members. Paul Stickney, Sammamish. I made it down to Redmond and back and survived, but man, there's a lot of traffic there. Tonight, I want to talk a little bit because it's on the agenda for the work plan, and I've been talking quite a bit about the relationship of comprehensive plan impact fees and all other things. I've got a couple of shotgun statements. I'd like to suggest that you work into your work plan appropriate steps to begin to study market rate, what I call B and C housing, which is from 500 to $1.4 million, and some higher end condos, to add some internal target numbers in our comp plan over and above our affordable housing target. And to make this happen fairly quickly, because it's long overdue, it's a top priority with an emphasis to finish quickly, and it doesn't interfere with regional growth. It's about retention of internal balance, which is a totally different kettle of fish. It's retention, not regional. And as I've talked about before, what we need to do that, and we is the king's we, is to identify affordable and market rate housing imbalance shortage factors. Those can be quantified. What we do with those factors is highly subjective. I get that. But then talk about consequences of meeting some of those or not, and then get enlightened opinions from those that want to participate, knowing needs and consequences, and see whether housing for stages of life and future generational housing is a worthy merit for our city. It's not expanding the circle of housing, it is filling it in. What I handed you out today was something I came across from 1922. Hell, that's older than my dad. 2022. And this is a cool thing. I don't have time to go over all of it, but you'll notice a lot of policy from PSRC from when we were setting up our first comp plan. But at the top, I wrote down, what are the needs for affordable housing within Sammamish, under 80% AMI? What are the needs of 6/7 of our population that make over that amount, economic and demographic, and what are the needs for workforce? Our comp plan doesn't have that data, nor does it plan for it. So I'd like to see some of those things integrated as a critical part of your work plan. It's not required. I'll tell you that, it's not, but it can be done. It's internal needs. And then take a look at the newest thing I sent. There's a link to the May 15th, 2025, which has lots of background data on this. Appreciate the chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Celia.
Good evening. I'm Celia Wu. This is my 4th time making this request. I keep coming back because the public record needs to be corrected. No court found that I violated anyone's First Amendment rights, yet Councilmember Stewart repeated this false allegation. And the city attorney has refused to address this injustice. Tonight, I will share with you how these false allegations were weaponized in sustained public attacks on me and my employment by former elected officials and the plaintiffs in this case. In your email, there are 2 documents. In my request for retraction served on Ms. Sarah House Kimsey, screenshots show former Mayor Don Gerant writing, quote, "Do we assume that the employee named in the lawsuit will soon no longer work for the city?" He later added, "Certainly helps the budget. Maybe someone did a cost-benefit analysis on the highly paid Celia Wu." That same document includes statements from co-plaintiff Catherine Freudenberg, who wrote that I could have faced felony charges and imprisonment for not more than 10 years. You will also see the cease and desist letter that I sent to former council member Jason Ritchie. He wrote, "The communications manager who violated the First Amendment rights of a resident is still in the role. He also threatened my future employment by telling me to, quote, consider him a reference." And there's the Sammamish Independent, which quoted Ms. Kimsey calling for, quote, city communications manager Celia Wu to be fired. Despite providing repeated evidence of my innocence, the Sammamish Independent has refused to correct the record. These attacks on my employment and the threat of imprisonment came from a former mayor, a former council member, and plaintiffs, whose allegations the city's own defense counsel called unsupported. These calls for my firing were amplified in the Sammamish Independent. And now these attacks continue with a sitting council member Stewart. I am a naturalized citizen. False accusations of breaking the law, weaponized in this political climate, can have severe consequences and cause me great harm. Councilmember Stewart, you have the irrefutable evidence now. You may have misunderstood the case when you spoke about it publicly, but that is no longer in question. I am asking you tonight, Councilmember Stewart, to do the right thing and issue a one-sentence comment affirming you misspoke and that no court found that I violated anyone's First Amendment rights. Thanks for the eye contact, Councilmember Stewart. If you will not do this, I will keep on returning to ask this council to direct the ethics officer to issue that statement. The same ethics officer who put in writing to the city attorney that there was no absence, an absolute absence of any support for Ms. Sarah Hal Kimsey's
Thank you for your
allegations. Please take this request seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else in the audience like to have public comment? Seeing none, do we have anyone pre-registered for online public comment?
We do have one pre-registered public commenter. Per the reasonable accommodation policy, pre-registered public commenters will be unmuted in the order they have raised their hands on Zoom. You will have 3 minutes to provide comment. Please start your comment by stating your name for the record. 1 moment while I promote the first commenter.
James Eastman, East Lake Sammamish Parkway. I too am going to turn on my camera so I can thank all of you, City Council, for your eye contact. I want to raise what I think is an important watershed and water quality issue. The city regulates portions of my property as erosion hazard areas. At the same time, several MAP public stormwater systems and drainage paths direct concentrated runoff towards these same areas. I want to be clear, I'm not speculating that this infrastructure exists. Many of these systems are already shown on city maps and are part of the city's stormwater network. My concern is that downstream property owners are being heavily regulated because of erosion and hydrology conditions, while there seems to be little discussion about whether upstream public infrastructure and altered runoff patterns are materially contributing to these same conditions. And ultimately, this is not just about private property. This is about Lake Sammamish water quality and long-term watershed health. My property is also identified in the comprehensive plan as a potential future neighborhood center. I understand the city may want additional time for long-term planning discussions extending into 2027, 28, or beyond. But the stormwater and watershed issues already exist today. The erosion, concentrated runoff, and downstream impacts are not theoretical future issues. They're existing conditions. Every year that passes without addressing them is another year of continued impacts flowing into Lake Sammamish. I've been asking for collaborative review and watershed level discussions on these issues for years because I believe the best outcomes will come from the city and property owners working together rather than approaching each issue separately or adversarially. If the larger neighborhood center planning process is going to take additional time, then I'd respectfully ask the council and staff not to let the stormwater portion get pushed down the road as well. There's an opportunity to be in collaborative technical review and watershed work now. I believe addressing these issues proactively could benefit downstream properties, future planning efforts, and long-term lake health. I would respectfully ask City Council to direct staff to work collaboratively with me now to review several specific discharge locations affecting my property and evaluate potential long-term corrective infrastructure and watershed improvements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just the one?
That's all the public commenters that registered.
Thank you very much. And we now have approval of the consent calendar. I have a motion to approve.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We now have a couple proclamations. One, Councilmember O'Farrell, would you please read the National Public Works Week proclamation?
Thank you, Mayor. National Public Works Week 2026, whereas public works services are critical to the health, safety, comfort and quality of life for all who live in and pass through Sammamish, and whereas the theme of this year's National Public Works Week is Rooted in Service, Powered by Community, reflecting a deeply rooted spirit of service within the profession, one that drives innovation, enables growth, and ensures every effort, visible or not, strengthens the connection between public works and the people it serves. And whereas our city's dedicated team of engineers, operation crews, traffic and transportation planners, inspectors, maintenance workers, and administrative staff all exemplify the true spirit of public service, each playing a vital role in shaping Sammamish into a dynamic and flourishing community. And whereas infrastructure, facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of these professionals who are directly responsible for planning, building, inspecting and maintaining our city's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems and public buildings. Now, therefore, in recognition of the important work done by Public Works Department, Josh Amato, the Mayor of City of Sammamish, hereby proclaims the week of May 17 to 23 of 2026 as National Public Works Week in the City of Sammamish, and encourage all to participate in celebrating National Public Works Week, as it allows us to express our gratitude and appreciation for public works, for their hard work, reliability, resilience and teamwork.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to invite our Public Works Director and any of her team with her tonight to come forward. We'd love to get a photo with you as we hand off the proclamation. And Councilmember Boyer, would you please read the Memorial Day proclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Memorial Day 2026, whereas on the last Monday of May every year, the United States honors fallen military service members for Memorial Day, expressing our deepest appreciation to those in uniform who made the ultimate sacrifice so we might live in freedom. And whereas the observance of Memorial Day originated in the years following the Civil War, later becoming an official federal holiday in 1971 to pay tribute to the American military personnel who lost their lives in every war throughout our nation's history. And whereas in 1950, a joint resolution was approved by Congress designating a public law that calls on Americans to observe a moment of silence at 3 p.m. local time on Memorial Day in a national monument of remembrance. And whereas it is our duty to remember and honor these courageous Americans by continuing the pursuit of peace, freedom, and security. Let their enduring legacy guide and inspire us. And whereas we mourn alongside the families and friends of those we have lost and hope they find comfort in knowing their loved ones served and sacrificed with honor. Now, therefore, Josh Amato, Mayor of the City of Sammamish, hereby proclaims May 25th, 2026 as Memorial Day in the City of Sammamish to remember and honor those who gave their lives protecting our country and the founding principles of freedom and democracy.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have a presentation by our City Manager and Chief of Police.
There we go as Chief Lessa makes his way up to the podium. So this is a chance to say thank you to Chief Lysett for his 4 years of service here in Sammamish. Chief Lysett is moving on to a different position in the King County Sheriff's Office, and he's done an amazing job here in his time in Sammamish. And so as he is going to say a few words, I do want to reflect on the great job that he's done and the impact he's made in the community, most importantly, has been invaluable. So Chief Lysett, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Council, it's great to see you again. Yeah, I do have a few words, and if you'll indulge me, I'll try and keep it under 3 minutes, but it has truly been an honor to serve as Chief of Police for this incredible city. I've served Sammamish in one capacity or another for 18 years, amounting to almost 70% of my 27-year career. Sammamish is a diverse, engaged, and compassionate community, and I am grateful for the trust and support that you've shown me throughout my time here. To my fellow department heads and city staff, thank you for collaboration, professionalism, and friendship. The level of talent and teamwork within this organization is exceptional, and working alongside all of you has made me a better leader. To the men and women of the Sammamish Police Department, I don't think they're listening online, but they know. I cannot thank them enough. They have exceeded my expectations in every way, both personally and professionally. Their dedication to this community, their integrity, and the way they care for one another has made me incredibly proud to stand with them. I want to thank City Manager Scott McCall for the mentorship and steady guidance. Your support and confidence in me has meant more than you know. And I am deeply appreciative for the opportunity to learn and grow under your leadership. And finally, to the City Council, thank you for your unwavering support and for giving me the greatest professional opportunity of my career. Serving this community as your police chief has been one of the greatest honors of my life, and it is a responsibility I will carry with pride and gratitude. Thank you so much. Is that under 3 minutes?
I think so. We were not going to be timing you.
Okay.
Council, let's all line up and say goodbye and get a photo with our outgoing police chief. Thank you. All right, up next, we've got a continuation of a public hearing for the impact fee study, amending the fee schedule and adopting the Sammamish Municipal Code, Section 2106045. Director Pyle.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Evan Fisher, and I'm a Senior Management Analyst with DCD, joined by David Pyle, Director of DCD. Tonight, we just have a few follow-up items from the last meeting we wanted to provide some responses to, confirm direction on 2 items, and then we'll get out of your way and let you deliberate and vote on an ordinance and 2 resolutions. So the first follow-up item has to do with trip generation rates and scaling. There were questions at the last meeting of, why don't we just use the trip generation rates provided by the ITE manual, and why did we choose the per square foot methodology for scaling? Excuse me. The ITE manual provides rates for multifamily, single-family units, but if we just went with that alone, it would ultimately produce another flat fee, which isn't responsive to the scaling requirements of state law, which is why we've applied the per square foot scaling method. FCFs believes that the square footage methodology is the best fit for scaling of impact fees because of the really strong correlation between square footage and occupancy. And it's also worth noting that the transportation impact fee model does use trip generation rates to produce what I call the base transportation impact fee. That's the dollar amount we get before we apply the scaling methodology. So trip generation rates are accounted for in the model. We then just go through the process of applying a per square foot scaling methodology. The next item, there were some concerns raised that potentially the blended impact fee methodology puts an undue burden on multifamily units, and really we don't see that. If you do the math, multifamily units smaller than about 1,100 square feet would pay less in transportation impact fees than they would currently. Units that are less than about 1,400 square feet would pay less in parks impact fees than they do currently. And it's just worth noting that the average 2 to 4 plex size in Sammamish is about 1,063 square feet, and an average new apartment size in King County is somewhere between 600 and 700 square feet. So we feel that the blended methodology doesn't create an undue burden or impact on multifamily units. In fact, might encourage some of their development. The next is we heard some interest in the idea of creating different service areas around our centers or sub areas, and this is certainly something that we could choose to look at as a city. FCS, our consultant, did say that they don't think we currently have enough multi-housing data to warrant a separate fee schedule, but staff have provided the option for council to consider of adding to addenda to the impact fee study, which would the first one would direct staff to consider adding service areas that support sub-area development during the sub-area planning process. So if we go through the effort of considering bringing a new sub-area online, as part of that analysis, looking if a new service area and a new impact fee schedule to support the development in that area makes sense, then we could go through with it. If it doesn't, we would just retain a single service area. The other thing we wanted to highlight is there were concerns that Again, maybe in a multifamily unit development scenario, the per square foot scaling methodology might not be the best fit. We wanted to highlight that the code does offer a method for independent fee calculations. So if a developer came in and had one of those scenarios where they felt a different fee model might fit their project better, they could propose that, go through the review process with the city, and ultimately pay a different fee. If acceptable, correct, yep. So the two items we wanted to confirm council direction is, first, should additions to existing housing units continue to be listed as exempt from impact fees? And the next is, should the exemption for projects developed by public entities like the city, school districts, or utilities be removed as an exemption, because in those cases, the city would be required to pay the assessed impact fees. Staff's recommendations are that we go ahead and exempt additions on existing structures, but require payment of impact fees on the net square footage in a scenario of a tear down and rebuild, and that we remove public project as exemptions. Public projects from the exemption list, excuse me. So the next step, once we continue and close the public hearing, would be to consider a resolution to approve the impact fee study, consider an ordinance to repeal the existing impact fee regulations and replace them by adopting 2106-045, and then lastly, a resolution to amend the city's fee schedule to incorporate our scaling impact fees. On screen here, we have a handful of recommended motions, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do we have any clarifying questions before we move forward? Member Stewart.
Yeah, if you feel that the scaling impact fees are fair, why would we remove, or why would we exempt additions on current structures from impact fees? Especially if, like, I'm adding a garage or an extra bay in my garage. So I'm just curious why we think that would be a worthy exemption.
Really, I think that's a policy choice we'd turn over to you.
Right, but you recommend it, so I'm wondering why you recommend it.
Kind of following the themes of other conversations we've had with the council around additions and exemptions from other programs. We've talked about, we'll be talking about the affordable housing program with the Planning Commission. The in lieu fee, excuse me. We recently had the conversation around the net floor area. So based on kind of the way those conversations have went, we felt exempting additions made sense, but we certainly don't have to.
Isn't this different? Like, we're saying that we believe that the people who live in a dwelling, their impact on transportation and parks is proportionate to the size of their dwelling.
We're saying that, absolutely.
Okay.
I want to clarify also that a garage addition would not count, because that doesn't result in additional trips, is not additional livable space. So how the fee is calculated excludes non-heated areas like garages. It
seems counterintuitive, doesn't it?
Unless somebody's living in it, that's the source of trips. Although you could argue, I guess, that a 4-car garage might have more cars, might have more trips. I don't know. So the challenge that we have in administering this is we have to choose a place where we start regulating it. And if you want us to go all the way down to the bottom, there are going to be minuscule actions that property owners will take that will land us in a lot of expenditure in addressing complaints, trying to deal with the sentiment about the fee. There is a point where we often pick things up with projects of scale, meaning that if somebody's adding 200 square feet to their home to do a aging in place type addition, that we're not going to charge them for that fee. However, if someone is tearing down the house and adding square footage to it, that is a point where it is a project of scale that would possibly warrant that. It is us setting the code to a place where it starts to apply, and we have to choose a place. It might seem arbitrary to some. We're trying to understand where a project of scale might result in us having a good argument to a community member, a property owner, that this makes sense. If you chose as a body not to do that, we understand that and we would implement it as it's given to us. However, in our experience, we oftentimes spend a lot of staff time dealing with smaller actions that don't result in a lot of revenue. And we might actually spend more dealing with the community member or the customer than actually revenue we would collect.
Would it be reasonable to put a limit on that? So additions below a certain size? Because I could imagine like I could triple the size of my dwelling as an addition. That seems like that shouldn't be exempt.
Absolutely. You could say the one that is often used in legal non-conforming situations is 10%, so long as the addition is not more than 10%. And it's not so much over the life of the development, because then how do we keep track of that? It's at any one time. If someone wanted to piecemeal over 10 years, I don't know where I was once told you can't control the world, although I've tried.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lamb.
Is it possible to lower the fees for assisted living or retirement communities? Like Aegis, for example?
I don't think there's any carve-outs in state law that allow reductions or exemptions. So I think in those scenarios, if we offered those, the city would then pay the difference. I believe.
I agree with Evan, although I think that would be a good example of when the alternative fee calculation method would be appropriate. That if there was a reason for a different type of development that was residential, but not residential as we traditionally know it, that there might be a good argument for an applicant, if the project was big enough, to come in and propose a different fee calculation. For example, if Merrill Gardens was to build out in Town Center Block 5, 6, and 7, one of those buildings, which is what was originally proposed, they might want to pursue an alternative fee calculation.
Okay, so they can do that then.
They can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So guys, I wish I would have brought the full package, but I'm going to see how your memory goes. There's a chart in the packet that shows on the x-axis square footage and then the dollars, and it's flat, curves up, and flat. Is that familiar? Should be very familiar.
Yep.
And I really appreciate that you looked at trip generation and the blended rate and the effect of that would have. It's my spare time. I did the same thing. I built a little model to see what happened. I found the sensitivity of it was muted. It didn't change the slope that much. It kind of crossed over at some point. A little lower at this end, higher at this end, but it was materially similar. Did you guys do any similar type treatment and test out? And you came to a conclusion that the trip generation and the blended rate was adequate for our purposes and defensible. Can you speak to that at all?
This is an assumption, but I would assume that was part of FCS's initial analysis early in the process after we had the conversations of, what scaling methodology makes sense.
Yeah.
Again, from our perspective, the administrative side of, administering a per square foot scaling methodology fits best with our practices. So I would imagine that was something they did. I can't recall. I think I may have been on paternity leave at that point. So I would turn to David if you have anything to add.
I don't recall. That was, I think, about a year and a half ago when we were going through that selection process. I can't recall offhand.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other lights on up here, so quick check. No, I think we're good. Do we have any public comment? Absolutely. Councilmember Stewart.
So since exemptions require the city to pay, if we exempt additions to houses, do we have to pay for that?
It's not something that was flagged by legal.
But why wouldn't we?
I don't have a good answer.
So are you sure we don't? Or
It was something that was in the draft and reviewed by legal. Also, FCS, when we talked to them about can we exempt additions, they said yes.
Well, we can exempt whatever we want.
Sure.
And legally we can do it. So that's not the question I'm asking, right?
And again, it was not something that was flagged by legal. Legal went through the code line by line and identified a few areas, for example, where we wanted to go below 80% or 20%, whichever way you look at it. Legal did identify that in those instances, the city would be obligated to provide a fund transfer between the general fund and the impact fee fund. It was not identified with regard to exempting additions to existing residences. Traditionally, the city has just anecdotally exempted tear down rebuilds, additions, but that's under the per unit rate, not a scaled rate. But I did not hear any feedback from legal that the city would be on the hook, so to speak, to pay that difference of that.
And with the tear down and rebuild, that is exempt or that is not exempt? That's not exempt.
They would pay
Okay.
the net new square footage.
Okay,
Yep, yep.
thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I could try to weigh in.
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart, the way that the state law that pertains to this topic, it's RCW 82.02.060, and the whole framework for it is really focused on new development. And so I just think that in terms of our scaling methodology, that we just haven't considered additions to be quote unquote new development because it is adding to an existing single-family residence. So I think that's really the rationale why we were saying it's really not even properly considered an exemption.
But with a scaled fee as opposed to a type fee, then the new addition is new development in terms of scaling.
Again, this is untested in terms of I'm not aware of any published case law that is like parsing that point that you're making, which
As we understand it, no one's done this yet, right?
You know, I hope Sammamish does not become a test case for impact fees, but in terms of the methodology that the FCS group used in their study looking at this and why we probably didn't flag it is because we didn't consider an addition to be new development, because again, we look at housing as a unit. And so if it's an addition to a single family unit, we didn't see it as a net new unit, just an addition to an existing one.
Yeah, and I get that logic for how we used to apply the fees, but this feels different, so thanks.
Understood.
Councilmember Treen.
Hey, David, so you have the three motions here in front of us, and so in your little presentation there, you said there's 3 steps or 3 things we're going to consider. These are the 3 things we're considering?
That's correct. So I think the next step would be to close or to hear any public testimony that might be delivered, and then to be considered these in an order. The first one would be because these are built on each other, right? The first would be to adopt by resolution the fee scaling report,
correct,
possibly amended as proposed here by Exhibit 4, which adds those 2 items that the council had discussed. Then you would move on to a repeal replace of code, which would eliminate the 3 current sections where impact fees are addressed in different sections of the code. And it would be adopting a whole new section, which would consolidate it all down into one chapter for efficiency and usability, and also modernize it to be consistent with the impact fee scaling report, which in theory would have just been adopted. And then finally, the third action would be to pass a resolution amending the fee schedule to incorporate the new fee structure into the city's existing fee schedule, which would then set an effective date of July 1st.
And then at what point would the council be allowed to come back and revisit this to amend it if necessary?
If you're talking about amending the formula, maybe adding a service area, doing any of those things, You could amend it down the line. The fee schedule is fairly easy to amend. That's part of something we do at least once a year as part of budgeting. So I would say that that's the easiest point in time to do it. Now, we do have written into the code that we would be revisiting this on a cadence. It just says it'd be revisited, I think.
Right.
Yes.
So 6 months to a year for sure. Kind of thing.
And especially when the city has more data, or if we see development trends occurring, that would be the time to reconsider. Also, if the CPI changes and there's inflation, there's also that.
And I think the big driver will be, excuse me, after the city adopts new capital CIPs, new capital improvement plans. Yep, that would be the big driver.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to our public comment here. We have Paul Stickney first, followed by Mary Wichter.
Good evening, City Council. Paul Stickney in Sammamish. I'm going to chat a little bit about impact fees and appreciate conversations from staff and on the dais. What I sent in today, I still sort of stand by, but I'm going to go over a few other things like, you know, Paul Harvey from the old days, the rest of the story. I can't guarantee this, but I see a whole lot of articles that smaller units are sitting empty in a lot of places, that there's a lot of folks that want some that are a little larger. And then when you move into our economic and our demographic of people moving down from houses they have, I think there's going to be a fair amount of, you know, demand for units from 1,500 to 3,000, if not larger, on an alternate form than single family. Now I'm going to jump ship. In 2015, Farron Piers, at my expense, hung cameras on the residential private garage at Saffron, here in Sammamish. Trip counts PM peak 0.24, a quarter of single family. A year later, we went to Starwood. Anybody know where that is in Issaquah? Up Harrison, or up that road up the hill where there's a little commercial area about a mile to a mile and a half north of the main drag. There are 2 4-story condominiums. They have private residential garages. They have separate commercial, or retail, just like Saffron. Hung cameras there, 0.22 to 0.26. So I have real trouble with the smaller units aren't creating the big trips. The larger units won't. I don't agree that the scaling of size is what creates the trips. I think it's the style of house that creates the trips. So I brought a couple of weeks ago 8 different ideas for square footage fees, all scalable. I'd like to scale that back to in the neighborhood of 4. I think a good starting point would be single family home base rate scalable, townhomes base rate scalable, multifamily base rate scalable, and senior housing base rate scalable. I don't see making people that do those types of units to go through a study process, because this, you know, blended average reduces the rate on single family 8% and increases single family 150%. I mean multifamily, I'm sorry. I appreciate the chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Wichter.
Hi, Mary Wichter, Sammamish, 25 years. First of all, on housing, Paul Stickney probably studies more than anybody I know. So I think when he gives comments, I think you need to listen to him. And what he just said was very succinct, so I won't try to repeat it. But I will also say, if you have any affordable units or smaller units, they're not going to get billed if they have higher fees on them, or it just makes the cost go up. So we don't have a lot of smaller units in the city. I think for multifamily units, we had 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000, and I think half of those we got in from Klahani. I don't remember those numbers anymore, but we need to have more different styles of houses. So I think the questions you're asking are good. I want to say thanks for all the work that everybody did. I think we've seen these impact fees over and over again at Planning Commission. FCS group does also the planning for the Sammamish Plateau Water District, and they do a very fine job with that, even though they go through multiple iterations to get that final one passed. So I think you need to do something to move forward, but I think you should be aware of the things that are being brought up about the housing, and I won't take my 3 minutes here. I just want to thank everybody for the work they did. And if you need to change it, I guess you can.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else in the audience like to give public comment related to the public hearing? Okay, seeing none. Council, are we all good to move forward? All right, we will close the public hearing. And would anyone like to make a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the 2026 impact fee study as outlined in Exhibit 1 of the agenda packet and as amended by Exhibit 4.
Been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Who would like to have that one? Councilmember Treen has the second. Councilmember Boyer, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, I do have Councilmember Stewart.
I have a question, which is so this is just as amended by Exhibit 4, but not the amendments which are in Exhibit 5 and 6, which is the exemptions, correct?
Code edits, correct.
Okay, I'm good then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other lights on, and so with that, Councilmember Lamb.
So I just wanted to say that I really do support this. I took a look at the square footage at Sky Apartments just to double check and make sure I was comfortable with this. And the average one bedroom at Sky Apartments is 775 square feet. They would currently be paying $8,700 in impact fees. And with the new rate, they will be paying $5,000. So that is a decrease about $3,000. And an average two bedroom is 1,100 square feet. And currently they would be paying $8,719 because they're a multifamily. And it would go down to $8,184. And I think the huge positive about this is that currently a single family residence would pay $14,000 in impact fees. And if they were to pay, regardless of size, they would be paying that amount. And if they were going to build a 3,500 square foot home now, they would pay $26,000 in impact fees, the maximum. And to me, that really promotes building smaller. So I'm very curious to see, and I hope that we have a positive outcome and more homes are being built smaller. So thank you.
Okay, I see no other lights on. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Do we have another motion? Councilmember Stewart.
Yes, I move that we adopt SMC 21.06.045 impact fees as presented in Exhibit 2 of the agenda packet and as amended by Exhibits 5 and 6 with one additional change, which is to D.1.D, which says that there will be exemptions to additions to a residential structure less than 10% or 150 square feet, whichever is more, of the existing structure size, unless classified as an attached ADU. So I'll read that again for those following along at home, that it would be changing the exemption for additions to put a limit on that, and it would limit additions to being the greater of either 10% of the existing structure or 150 square feet. So if you had a smaller structure, you could still add a room, is the goal there. Of the existing structure, unless the addition is classified as an attached ADU, and then it would be fully exempt.
We've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Stewart, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I appreciate the goals here, right, to make sure that we don't nickel and dime and actually expend more expense with staff time than what we're bringing in fees. But again, given the change in how we're calculating, and as I read, here it says that impact fees help to pay for new or expanded public capital facilities to directly address increased demand for services and infrastructure. And if our whole fundamental principle has changed, which we just approved, which is that we believe that the impact and the amount of services and infrastructure is dependent on the size of the dwelling unit, then I believe we need to address when there is a material amount of size added to an existing dwelling unit.
Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, David Pyle, could you make a clarification on the motion, the ADU attached? What's the consequences of that, or the unintended consequences of having that be an attached ADU, and specifically like square footage, since this is on square footage?
Right, so if I understand the intent of the motion and the proposed edit is that it would allow for diversification of housing stock to provide additional alternative types of housing within existing. It's consistent with our comprehensive plan housing element. It's consistent with CPPs. One of the big things that's being promoted throughout those is preservation of existing housing stock and diversification of existing housing stock to provide alternative forms and options of housing. You'll see that in both our comp plan and in the CPPs. And what this does is it sets a threshold so that there is that flexibility to do that, but it then picks up, like we were talking about, we have to choose a point where we pick it up at some point. It picks it up at a point where if it's a larger addition, then you would be paying the impact fee associated with that. There's a exemption that allows you flexibility at the lower level, and then once you go higher than that, then you'd be paying the impact fee on a per square foot basis.
On an ADU.
No, it would not be.
So my question isn't about the remodel part of it, is the ADU part of it. So if you attach the ADU, is that at 1,000 feet? Is that 12? Is that 1,500? Is that 1,007? Can I do a 2,000 square foot ADU? Can I do a 3,000 square foot ADU that's attached to my?
Limited to 1,000 square feet per code. So that's where the threshold would be. And didn't we can't exempt ADUs, can we?
Correct.
Yeah,
State law doesn't create a carve out for ADUs. So if we did choose to exempt ADUs, we would have to pay, the city would pay for the ADU.
I think the nuance there is if you take existing space and you convert it into an ADU, so that was sort of where I was going, is that 10% that is either part of a home addition or a carve out for creation of an ADU. I hope that made sense, because in my head, but I look at this stuff all day long.
Yeah, because I think I understand what Councilmember Stewart wants to do, but I think the current language of the motion leads us into an area that may not have the consequences that we want.
That is that if we exempt ADUs, the city would end up being on the hook, specifically under state law, and that was something flagged by legal. We were originally proposing to exempt ADUs as part of the code language before we brought it to you, and we were told by legal that that would result in the city being obligated to make a fund transfer from the general fund to the impact fee fund.
Which then makes it a little hard for me to support it. So just a little bit. So thank you.
Councilmember Treen, or Deputy Mayor Treen.
Thank you. I was headed down that same road, that I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion that's on the floor to remove the exemption for ADUs.
Second. Or if I may offer, can we just change the original amendment so we don't have to vote twice?
So, yeah, it'll be semantically easier for us up here if you were to, with Councilmember O'Farrell's approval, withdraw your motion and then remake a motion. So if
I would like to withdraw my amendment. And you have a thumbs up from Councilmember O'Farrell.
You're good? Okay.
Okay, so then I would like to make a different motion. I move that we amend Exhibits 5 and 6, specifically Section D.1.D, to say that additions are exempted that are the greater than either 10% of the existing structure or 150 square feet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Okay, Councilmember Stewart, would you like to speak to yours?
Yeah, so appreciate the feedback, and I had forgotten about the ADU. It is quite a bummer that ADUs cannot be exempted, since that is something we're being told we are supposed to try to encourage. But given that, I'm happy to to remove that. I still think it's fine for people to do small additions, but again, if they're adding more than a room to their house, it does feel like, based on our new methodology and what we're stating to be true, that would increase the demand for services and infrastructure. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I hate to do this, but the reality is I would be voting against this motion because I don't want to limit the additions to 150 feet or 10% for the reasons that the staff gave, that it becomes kind of a challenge for them to work those out with people as they're doing their additions, and it would be just an extra burden. And I don't see the benefit of doing that to outweigh the extra challenges.
Councilmember Stewart.
I'd like to ask staff, if we have a limit on it so it's not for something super small, does that still create a burden for you? And do you believe that the fees we would collect would more than offset the time spent?
Well, it's tough to say. I do know that we spend a lot of time in the trenches working with community members, property owners, developers, dare I say, arguing about impact fees and other fees that go along with projects and thresholds. And when we have to explain why they're up above or below something, it can result in them having to redesign. Sometimes they go and will redesign it to make it smaller, which might achieve the smaller building objective, understood. Yep. I would say it's from my perspective, it's pick a place to be and we will administer it. Although I feel like if we were not regulating it, restricting additions, there would be a somewhat lighter, I can't quantify it, load on staff in terms of working with applicants to try to get to the right place for a permit to be issued. It's just the way in which we have to do business.
Is there any data that suggests that if we kind of open the floodgates on additions, but we're charging other fees on new development, that will potentially have the effect of seeing a bunch of additions, so we're no longer doing part of what all of the affordable housing laws and initiatives across the county and the state, and even in our comp plan to say to preserve existing affordable housing stock?
So the city does, as a starting place, we have a multitude of tools that we're using to try to drive housing to smaller units or to retain existing housing stock, consistent with the direction we're given from CPPs and our own comprehensive plan. Whether it's exemptions for ADUs, for certain things like floor to area ratios or hardscape, so that there's conversion to ADUs, or whether it's instead of allowing for 3 middle housing units, You get 3+ in existing if you retain the existing house on a lot. That's a huge benefit. We haven't really seen it be used, so developers tend to err towards knocking down a house and rebuilding. It is known that a renovated house is still more affordable than a new construction house, although it doesn't benefit from all of the energy efficiency benefits and whatnot that goes along with it. So it is still considered retention of existing housing stock. I guess it depends on the scale of what is called a remodel renovation. I still remember the years when places like Seattle had the one wall requirement. We don't have that. It's a remodel if you call it a remodel or an addition, right? So we don't get caught up in the semantics or nuances of that. So I generally think that for us, for the ease of implementation, just by simply removing one more requirement, not having that limit would facilitate and make it easier for staff. However, there is the argument on the other side, and this is just for you all to consider, that it doesn't bring in the revenue then. If there is an addition, in theory, taking a smaller house that was servicing, say, a smaller family is now a bigger family, should they be paying an impact fee for that additional square footage?
Councilmember Stewart, I might also add that I think another limiting factor we have on your idea of kind of runaway additions is the affordable housing in lieu fee, which is, $35 a square foot versus our $10 a square foot in impact fees. And we're going back to the Planning Commission to have that discussion with them around additions and if there should be exemptions there, and we'll bring that back to you. But just as another point, I think that...
Right, but I'm worried that's going to go away as well, and now we're going to be encouraging large homes again, and that's not what we want. Right? We need smaller homes for environmental reasons and for affordability reasons. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting the amendment to the second motion because I'm concerned about the preservation of housing stock. I'm also concerned about reducing the city's availability to whatever revenue generation we have open to us. I am concerned about extra staff time, having to kind of debate nuances with homeowners. I think it may have unintended consequences for people who want to age in place and want to make their older home more livable so they can stay in their neighborhood with all their support systems. And it doesn't involve, this would not impact tear downs, right? So a tear down is a separate situation. And I think that that's what we tend to see more, at least anecdotally, it's what I see more in the city. So, so for that reason, I wouldn't be supporting this amendment to the second motion.
Just for clarity, it was the movement of the motion, so it's a full motion. There's no amendment on the floor. There's just one. It was.
Oh, I apologize. So, but we tacked on that 10%. Yes.
Correct.
So that's the part of it
that was the main motion with that change.
So then I would not be supporting that.
Okay. That's it.
It was. I made it as part of the main motion, unfortunately.
So it's not an amendment. So, yep. Councilmember Boyer.
Roger that. I'm in the same place that Councilmember O'Farrell is. I'm one for simplicity, and I think this. I don't have the fear of there being unbridled size of things out there. I think what the Planning Commission did and what you did makes sense to me. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other lights on from the council. Just quick check. Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and vote on the motion as presented by Councilmember Stewart. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-5. Did I do that right? Okay. Is the Councilmember Stewart, your light was on.
Sure. So I move to adopt SMC 21.06.045 impact fees as presented in Exhibit 2 of the agenda packet. and as amended by Exhibits 5 and 6. And hearing the concerns of my fellow council members, I would say that I would also like to amend D.1.d that says additions to residential structures are exempt unless the addition is greater than 50% of the size of the existing structure.
So motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's been, Councilmember Stewart, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I do appreciate the input, and I think that I think it's great that we want to make things easier on staff. I do think that there is a revenue issue at play at some point, right, that we can help to close, because if there are additional infrastructure or services needs as things grow, we want to make sure that growth pays for growth. And I think by setting a 50% limit, that allows a lot of leeway for the residents, and it's going to significantly limit how many you're going to have. And I think that's a much easier argument to say, well, when you've increase the size of the house that much, then it is coming darn close to new development. So I'm hopeful that my fellow council members will see that this is a great compromise of not creating busy work for the staff, but still within the spirit of our new methodology, that if something is bigger, it has a bigger impact. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I support that. I think we're not going to see very many 50%ers, because if you get to that size, you tear it down and you start over. But so I hope that will really minimize the amount of back and forth that goes on in the department with those types of amendments. So I'll support it.
Okay, I see no other lights. I'll speak this time. I appreciate the change. However, I'm not going to support the motion. I think the added simplicity is best, and I don't think adding the variations here add much. So, Councilmember Boyer.
I'm in the same place I was before. And we could do this all night long with 50, 60, 70. I just think that as the motion stands on the screen, I would support that.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion as presented by Councilmember Stewart. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-4. Councilmember Trine.
I move to adopt SMC 21.06.045 impact fees as presented in Exhibit 2 of the agenda packet as amended by Exhibit 5 and 6. Thank you, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Trine, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other council member like to make any comments? I see no lights on. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay, we've got one more to work through. Would anyone like to? Councilmember Boyer.
I move to amend the city's fee schedule to incorporate the scaled parks and transportation impact fees as presented in Exhibit 3 of the agenda packet.
Second.
Motion and a second. Councilmember Boyer, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other council member? I see no lights on. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this becomes effective on July 1st. We've got quite a bit of work to do to integrate this into our permit tracking system. All of our forms and other public information needs to be updated. We'll be working on that now. So appreciate your direction on this, and we'll be reporting out over time as to how it works out. And if any of you have any questions or have a community member that reaches out with concerns or interest, feel free to send them my way. I'm happy to meet with them and talk through it to better understand different perspectives on this, and appreciate all your help in administering this in the long term. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, David, very much for all the effort you and your staff put into this. And I know you did a lot of work behind the scenes, getting feedback from people, along with the Planning Commission and all the public comment you took. So we really appreciate that this was a very heavy lift, and you put a lot of time and energy into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Tough topic, and glad we don't have to do this again for the near term, but always happy to take it on.
We'll see what happens. Okay, we now have unfinished business, the general government CIP items for 2026. We'll give our team a few moments to get set up here. Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager. I'm Anjali Maya, Director of Parks and Recreation. Your next presentation is a response to a request from Council to provide an update on projects currently underway within this year's General Government Capital Improvement Plan. Projects within this fund are managed collaboratively by the Facilities Planning Team and the Facilities Operations Team. Joining me tonight are Andrew Roddy from the Facilities Planning Team in Parks and Recreation and Nathan Brown from the Facilities Operations Team in Administrative Services. And we have Mark Baird, Director of Administrative Services as well. So this evening, we'll take a closer look at Fire Station 83's improvements and a handful of painting projects. And as Council is aware, we are working on the feasibility study for Building 120, which is also part of this fund. And that was added to the work plan for this year as well. And then in addition, we'll be bringing forward the results of the facility electrification study at the June 2nd meeting to Council. And tonight, all we are looking for is just Council's comfort in having staff continue working on these projects. So some head nods would be all we are looking for. With that introduction, I will hand it to Andrew Roddy for a short presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will be going over a short presentation here. We will be discussing Fire Station 83 and 3 painting improvements we have. Is it? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Needs a little closer. Sorry about that. We will be discussing Fire Station 83 and a trio of painting improvement projects we have on the horizon. Fire Station 83 is located in the southern side of Sammamish and was built in 1989. It is operated and maintained by Eastside Fire and Rescue, and the changes that we have in mind with this station will align with the changes implemented to Fire Station 82 that was completed 2 years ago. The facility currently does not meet the standards for building structures, and this is important because the facility supports fire and emergency response services for the city. It's not meeting the current building, ADA standards, or fire codes. It doesn't meet gender neutrality standards for the staff that stay on call there. And there is a lack of separation between contaminated and clean areas, and there's no designated physical fitness space. There is also not a designated storage room for personal protective equipment, and there is a required replacement of the building's mechanical, electrical, and HVAC systems due to the age of the building. We have completed schematic design development, and construction documents, and have returned comments for permitting. And the next steps that we have ahead of us, if moving forward, are bidding, followed by construction, and at the conclusion of that, we will go through project closeout. Do we have any questions on Fire Station 83 at this point?
I don't see any lights on. Mr. City Manager, did you want to? I saw you pulling the mic up. Oh, okay. I have one question on this, and it's what Is there any room in the fire station as designed for any value engineering? What process has gone on up to this point to value engineer this project?
We have gone through a value engineering process last year and managed to eliminate roughly $800,000 from our construction budget.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other lights on, so we can.
Okay. Next, we would like to point out the exterior painting projects at City Hall. It has not been refinished since 2018 and is showing significant wear. You can see some examples up here. Some of the wood siding is showing discoloration in addition to the peeling that we're seeing in a lot of places. And this is due to the erosion of the finishes. This erosion can lead to rot and warpage of the siding, ultimately requiring it to be replaced at a much higher cost than just this refinishing that we're hoping to get done very quickly. We also have some exterior painting to be done at the Boys and Girls Club. This would be at the exterior steel members that support the eaves. You can see that there is visible peeling, and in all the areas where it has peeled away or eroded, there is rust present on these steel members. If these eave struts continue to rust, that could lead to the failure of the eave support system if we do not address this. And finally, at Beaver Lake Lodge, the finished surface has deteriorated to the point in some areas where we're seeing bare wood in multiple locations. And some of the wood that is showing this is due to damage of the finishes, and this erosion can also lead to rot and warpage of the wood, which could be very extensive because this is a cladding system for the entire building. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And you're just looking to see, I'll just pause. We've got a couple questions that have come up. Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, so clarification. So when I hear painting, I think of paint. And then when I look at these two projects, or several of these projects, it's staining and then a finish on that stain, or maybe we decide that we're just gonna stain it and no finish over the top of it. And then on the lodge, of course, it would be a combination of staining and painting, correct?
The plan for it at City Hall, because of the damage in the peeling, we would need to strip away the existing, and then the plan would be a stain followed by a finish on top of it. Yes, painting is kind of a catch-all. You're correct. The idea. I'm sorry?
No problem. I just wanted to make that clarification that
yes,
just in case people are not aware, we're not painting City Hall. We're going to stain it and finish it, and the process that it takes to do that.
The steel members at Boys and Girls Club would be painted.
Yeah, we're going to preserve those and then paint them. Yeah.
Yes. And then Beaver Lake Lodge, we do have the option for a stain or a paint, depending on the extent of removal of existing finishes.
Okay.
And that would also be similar if we were to go a stain route. That would be similar to City Hall if it would be stained and then finished on top of that.
So that last one, is that a administrative then decision on whether to stain it or paint it?
That would involve a review with our painter and the costs involved with it, and also life of the finish.
Does that end up at the Parks Commission then for review, or does that come back to us, or how's that work, Anjali? Or Scott?
I don't think the costs are going to be that high. This is part of routine maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's adequate budget in the general government capital improvement plan for it.
So, if I may, Councilmember Trine, just to follow up on that, just recall this was identified in the CIP for the budget that was adopted by council. And so, once that happens, generally, unless the dollar amounts are above my signing authority, the team moves forward with what the experts recommend for these components.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thanks, everyone. Does this come out of the General Fund 301? Is that where this is coming from?
That is correct.
Okay. So I don't have an issue with good asset management, right? What I would ask you to do, because going forward, you're going to, finish this project, get the bid, I think is what was in the package, and come back for our approval. So you're looking at a $10-some million price tag for this put together, right? What I want to see when we get further on is I know that if I add up all of the financially constrained 6-year CIP items, we come up to what, 181 million, something like that, and about a $27 million deficit. So each one of these has a deficit, and it's got to come from the general fund. We have a general fund problem, and I want to know what is going to happen to us. In other words, I got this checking account, I'm taking out of it. How much do I have left? And I don't like seeing this and saying, hey, let's do this. And then what does that do to me? It would be like my wife saying, hey, let's go on vacation until Hawaii. We go. We come back and she says, oh, forgot to tell you we got to do the fence. It's like, okay, got it. Now it's getting thin. And then, oh, you know what? The roof needs something. So here I am thinking, maybe I shouldn't have gone on vacation, but I didn't know. And I don't see the whole. I'm looking at a part of this. And it is really hard to make an informed decision when it's just pieces and increments. So I'd like to see the big picture when each one of these come up, because it's really hard to say yes to something because I don't know what I'm doing it at the expense of. I also think that this supports in the work plan good asset management, which I think you all would agree with that, a good asset management program. But at the same time, here we said no to $265,000 worth of tile, and we're going to say yes to 10 million plus for these things. And I just feel out of sorts not seeing the big picture. So that is just a request going forward. Thank you.
If I may, Councilmember Boyer, I know you and I have had some version of this conversation. I just want to, for council as well, recall that this was part of the adopted budget that was adopted for the previous biennial budget that we are currently in. And as part of that, those dollars were essentially transferred out of the general fund into the CIP for general government CIP. So they are effectively pulled out of what you would see in the general fund at this point. That was a transfer that was made as part of the budget. And obviously, with the construction contract in particular, it's well over my signing authority, and so we would have to come back to get council approval for that. But the project itself was already given the approval to continue to move forward. And so when we reach these points, I totally hear what you're saying and understand that in all likelihood, you all in the next biennial budget will approve things in the next couple of years, and you will get to see all of that, and that's the conversations we'll be having with you all about the CIP, and then as we go into the full budget, you'll get that full picture before you make those decisions.
Got it. It would just be great to get this as we do these interim, and because what's lurking in my mind are all the unconstrained capital, and you're talking, if you look at Sahali Way and East Lake Sammamish and 120 and Town Center, you're talking $500 million that's unaccounted for. That is bothersome to me because we're talking about adding up all that's in the CIP now, but the much greater number is all those other ones. And so I also don't know what I'm making a decision on, even though it's been budgeted in there, making good decisions going forward. It would be great to understand that with the moves that we go forward. Simply, I wouldn't write a check in my checkbook if I didn't know what was in it. Thanks.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, maybe one suggestion could be that with all of these, the CIP just is included in the packet. Because that way you can see what the approved 6-year plan is for these. And then if it's a transportation project, you could include the TIP in the packet, right? So those are documents that already exist, but those are intended to be those bigger picture items that we look at when we go through our annual budgeting process to say what's, we're only doing a 2-year budget, but we need to look out beyond 2 years to see all the things we need to do. So for all of the new council members, maybe if we just include those in there, that'll give you that bigger picture that we had to look at previously.
Yeah, you could just do the pro forma out at least for these 6 years.
Yeah, because we have that, yeah.
Yeah, love to see that.
The CIP's out there, right? The approved CIP's out there on our website.
Yeah, and that's where I get it from. It's just, again, those are the constrained, and unconstrained really are bothersome. And I don't think it's that much work if it's there just to show the net as we go forward. What have we withdrawn from our bank?
Okay, I don't see any other lights on, and I heard no objections from council, so.
We have the head nods to proceed.
Yes.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we will be back on the 9th of June with the 6-year CIP for 27 through 32, and we will address your questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we've got a couple of bigger items, so I'm wondering, council, if there'd be any objection to taking a 5-minute recess here before we move on to the next new business.
Great.
No objections. Okay, then we will reconvene at 8:17. Thank you.
Council, the time is 8:17. If you could please return to the dais. Thank you.
All right, we have all returned from our 5-minute break, and we are going to move on to new business, Sammamish Stormwater Overview. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. For the record, I'm Audrey Sarcy, Public Works Director. I am joined this evening to my left by Matt Iyer. He's the city's new Senior Stormwater Program Manager. I'm very excited to have him on board. He started last month. It's already flown by. And he brings a wealth of experience, over 20 years of stormwater experience, primarily in a municipal setting, to the city. I know many of you had an opportunity to meet him at the groundbreaking for George Davis last week, but very excited to have him here.
Thank you. I'm very, very excited for this opportunity.
So we do have a brief presentation, and I will say brief because we could probably spend days talking about stormwater. I'm happy to follow up in any way if you have any questions. We are trying to keep the presentation fairly, I think we landed on 40 slides. There's a lot, and it's high level, but we would love to do the deep dive anytime with you if you'd like to. Tonight's overview was really a good foundation for the upcoming budget review and work plan review. We'll find the next item going to council this evening, of course, is talking about work plan items for the upcoming biennium. Majority on Public Works' page is stormwater related. Majority of those are required by our permit, which you'll have a brief overview for this evening. And just a quick reminder, the stormwater is paid for through, it's an enterprise fund, so stormwater can only pay for stormwater. That's operations, planning, engineering, and capital, as well as permit review. Again, stormwater is only stormwater. And we will be back, along with Anjali, in mid-June to go into details about the next 2027 through 2032 capital improvement plans for stormwater as well. So again, we do have a fairly brief presentation. It's full of acronyms. I think stormwater is probably one of the worst in the industry in terms of the amount of acronyms that they have. Feel free to ask us along the way. We have section breaks throughout the presentation, but if you would like us have any questions, just please reach out along the way. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
All right, thank you so much. So we're going to start with some terminology, just some broad overviews to give you an idea of what some of these words mean. We start out with surface water, which is a general broad overview for really any sort of water that's on the surface of the earth that's not as a result of current rainfall. So that it's a broad term. It's not specific to the built environment. Stormwater there is equally broad in that it covers runoff that's going across both the built and the unbuilt environment. So it's another broad term. It also includes interflow, which would be groundwater. Once it comes to the surface, that makes it stormwater. So runoff gets a little more specific in that you're starting to talk about the built environment, specifically identified through collection and conveyance systems. So that would be, so runoff coming from the built environment. And then receiving waters is, again, a more specific terminology that gets you down to specifically looking at naturally occurring or restored surface water bodies. So that would be the waters of the state, navigable waters, that would be kind of the distinction. Groundwater's in there. It's a little bit of a gray area, but in Washington we consider it a receiving water. So, and then speaking of the built environment, where a good place to start for stormwater is the MS4. We hear this term quite a bit thrown around. It's not really talked about too much, but the MS4 is Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. And that's a distinction from a sewer system or a combined sewer system. So a lot of this terminology was born out when the sewer treatment plants were brought on board to the NPDES permit system. I'm going to get to that in a sec. But to make the distinction that this is separate from sewer and it's only stormwater, it's only rainwater that's coming through this system. And as you can see on the right, it's really just a demonstration of how complex and diverse this system is. It's spread across the city, and unlike a sewer system where it comes down to one place, this discharges to multiple locations and really will vary dependent on the geography, the geology, and the preferences of the developer. Because there is a myriad of choices that they have, and also each system is built at a different point in time, and that regulation could be different, so the pieces could be different as it's constructed. So it's a pretty broad system, and the numbers provided here just demonstrate kind of just, there's a bunch of stuff out there, is a good way to say it, but it's a multitude of things we need to keep track of. And so this is where the nexus of having a built system going to these receiving waters, that's where the regulation comes into play. Today we're just going to basically focus on the NPDES permit system water quality, which is one and the same thing, and dam safety. There's many other regulations that intersect with stormwater because it is very much a system that goes into critical areas and it crosses the board across the city, so there's quite a few intersecting regulations, but today we're just going to focus on, and one example of those is the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife regulations. Others would be critical area regulations, things like that. But the main thrust of the utility would be the water quality and the dam safety. And so starting with that water quality, the term NPDES, meaning National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, I still read it to this day after talking about it forever, originated from the 1972 Clean Water Act, so and the inception of the EPA, really. And so then that subsequently can be delegated by state to the state. So different states aren't delegated, they deal directly with the EPA and the federal government. In this state, Washington State, the state is tasked with interpreting those requirements put upon them by the federal government, and then can add additional requirements or add their own flavor to how they interpret those things. So we deal primarily with the states. Within that state system, there's a phase 1 and phase 2. That gives you an idea that the cities were taken up into the NPDES permit system later in the process. After the wastewater treatment plants and the industry had been regulated through the NPDES permit system, they got to the phase 1. And the phase 1 of the process was focused on the most dense population centers, Seattle's, King County's, the larger municipalities as demonstrated through population. And then subsequently smaller cities had the general phase 2 permit. So the good thing is that we have, you throw a rock and you find another city that's following the exact same rules, the exact same permit, and that's what the term a general permit comes from, is that each permit is exactly the same for that specific group. And what gives us a little bit of advantage that we get to see some of the policies and visions of the state enacted on the phase 1 cities before we see those. And then at each level, there is a certain amount of discretion that each tier has to make regulations more strict than the above layer, as long as it doesn't conflict with federal or state law or any of those other regulations that kind of interplay with the instances that we're referring to. So Washington State regulates it. They change about every 5 years. Each permit cycle has new requirements. They don't really ever drop off. It's sometimes, even if it's not the most well executed idea, it tends to stay on and linger. So it's a cumulative thing. And as I indicated earlier, there's municipal, construction, industrial. They're all different kinds of NPDES permits. It is a permit system that we are part of, relating back to that Clean Water Act. All right. And then there's 9 regulatory components to this permit. The graphic on your right is really not intended to be legible. It's mostly just a demonstration of the number of small units in the permit that have, the citations, and then these types of tables are just used for us to track, when we have something due, how long this is gonna, how long we'll have to do this activity, and make sure that we hit these deadlines, that they have requirements that are due. And I'm not going to read these to you because I'm going to read one at each slide as we go. So number one, we got stormwater planning, and this is pretty broad consideration, in that allows cities to, comprehensively consider how they handle the basins and how they address issues. Many other utilities have a regulatory requirement to have comprehensive planning, sewer and water. And stormwater is kind of the last to show up to that party. And through this portion of the permit, it's another way that forces cities or utilities with this with these systems or these permits to make those comprehensive plans. And so some of this stuff turns up in later requirements. There's some overlap between different requirements. So stormwater management action plan, retrofits, that type of thing, and how we handle quantifying all the elements of the utility. And then number two would be education and outreach. And this is just how we, establish education programs, whether it's focused on specific groups or general outreach. The difference is very broad. So like for the regional outreach, Puget Sound Starts Here covers things from, pet waste cleanup to, awareness of drains, whereas the dumpster behavior program is specifically working with businesses. So it's a way to get the message out there and engage folks. And the next one up would be public involvement. Definitely want to give kudos to the City of Sammamish's external-facing website. I have learned probably about half of what I've learned in the last month of looking at the external-facing website, and it actually is structured very nice and does a good job of informing folks of how things are structured and how they work. But we also have, great programs like Adopt a Drain. That's over 300. Just recently got the update of adopted drains, and got quite a bit of debris removed. But it's really just about that letting folks know and letting them be involved. I have a great story. I know it's late, but a great story. Like when I was in 5th grade, I went to Challenger Elementary, and I distinctly remember going to the QFC down here and talking to them about recycling. And that made a huge impact on me. And I think that's what we look to do in this program, is just make that impact, build that awareness, and give folks opportunity. And shout out to the Sammamish stewards for those 9 ponds adopted. Okay, next up is mapping. Mapping is a critical element of how we manage stormwater and how we manage the program and how we manage our assets. It basically comes down to the GIS system, the Geographic Information System, which is really a dynamic analytic system that allows us to not only see picture maps to let us know when something spilled, where it could go, but also allows us to do complex, really complex things when we compare the geography, tree canopy, demographics, and our system to better understand what's happening in our city and how we manage our stormwater program. And here we have listed a couple of the kind of interesting things that go on. Things as different as tree canopy, and looking at the different imagery that we can overlay and understand how that influences our stormwater system. And next we have another acronym, IDD&E, Illicit Discharge Detection and Elimination. It's easier just to say it's a spill program. This is just a program that we are required to have that allows us to respond and report appropriately. Frequently it's small incidental issues like garbage trucks blowing hydraulic hoses, which is kind of the most common. But also, paint, oil, that type of thing. But it's a really good program because cities get really good at responding and cleaning this stuff up where practicable. And then also reporting to appropriate responders where life and safety is threatened. Okay, and then next we've got controlling runoff, and this is where we really start to. It's about how we manage development, how we inform property owners how to develop their property appropriately, considering the stormwater regulations. And this is primarily done through the adoption of the King County Manual, which is the equivalent to has been deemed equivalent to the Department of Ecology Design Manual. And then we also, at that time, also include a SMAMISH addendum that allows us to have specific conditions that are unique to the city, that and then also to add clarifications or any particular additions that we want to put in there. And also SMAMISH code and public works standards are involved in that process as well, then that these regulations influence. And then we've got a SMED is another good one. This is a newer one, the stormwater management for existing development. And as indicated in the first one, there is some overlap of these categories that, the stormwater management action plan that results in the retrofits is really what this section is about. It's really about post-construction. How do you address those older facilities, the older places that were developed when we weren't even thinking about stormwater. And so that the city's done quite a bit of work to identify strategies and to do that, and then has done additional work through basin planning to kind of focus that effort. And we're close. This is 8, I think. This is 8. Yeah. Yes, this is 8. Source control of existing development. This one really is about meeting with business owners that have the potential to, or businesses that have the potential to produce waste or pollution, and having a moment to work with them. And it's mostly about education and outreach. But it's something we check the box and work with them. And there is an enforcement component, but we do try to focus on education. And lastly, but most importantly, operation and maintenance. And I listed inspections first here because inspections drive our process. They drive this. We have to inspect every facility every single year, every stormwater facility that's so that would be defined as something that provides flow control or treatment. So that's a wide range of assets that we would inspect every single year, along with inspecting catch basins, every catch basins and cleaning on a 2-year cycle. And honestly, that's a really efficient, it creates a system that keeps us honest, because you have to check these boxes, you have to get out to these assets and look at them and make sure that they're working. And so when we do that, everything tends to be on point. And so that takes us to the end of that, and this comes into dam safety. So with dam safety, after a certain amount of impoundment of water, ecology regulates that and to their dam safety office, and we have annual reporting that's involved and requires annual inspections. Some of these are inspected multiple times due to other regulatory requirements, and so we keep an eye on. There's 8 of them in the city, and we keep a pretty close eye on those. And we've got at the Trossx one, we actually have a level transducer to keep an eye on the water level. So it is it's a pretty significant program. So with that, I'm going to pass off to Audrey, or to Director Starcy with that, unless there's any other questions.
I don't see any lights on, so we can keep going.
Thank you, Matt. So Matt covered all of the requirements for the most part in terms of ecology requirements for water quality as well as dam safety. The Sammamish utility operates at an enhanced level of service, so there are things that the utility provides to the community that are above and beyond permit requirements. Council has seen this before. It's probably been a few years, but I always refer this as the bubbles slide. All the light blue circles there are NPDES requirements that we just heard about, those 9 requirements. Those do take up a lot of our time, and we have entire programs dedicated to those. But other things pop up that are unplanned, beaver dams, different things like that pop up that do take up quite a bit of our time. And of course, there's programmatic city efforts that the utility is very much involved in, as well as future planning and different things like asset management and our comprehensive plan updates for surface water. All of those things come into play when we're looking at the city's stormwater and surface water goals as a city and where we want to be in terms of both aligning with our requirements and other community goals. Again, those comprehensive plans kind of drive us towards our goals, but those basin plans and other requirements help us to get there. That helps determine level of service, which then is the revenue requirement for the city, for the utility, which provides all revenue. So operating, salary, benefits for employees that are within, billing to the utility, capital programs that the utility pays for, and a portion of the transportation projects that have stormwater components. Level of service was set in the 2016 comprehensive storm and surface water comprehensive plan, as well as in 2022. Several of you were part of that. We presented 3 level of service options. That's very common when the utility reviews and updates its rate study. Those level of service options provide 3 different levels. Council selected an enhanced level of service, as I walked through before. It is very critical for staff and the community, so we have a very clear direction moving forward that is outcome-based. So here's just a few examples of some of the operational programs that are not required, but something that the city participates in and actively moves forward. Towards the middle of your screen are some of the basin planning. Up next is the Panhandle Basin Plan, which is kind of towards the directionally challenged, northwest part of the city. So we're looking forward to starting that in Q4 this year. It's a 2-year effort. We began our pipe condition assessment program, which is an operational program where we camera 2.5 to 5 miles of stormwater pipe. That is intended to be a proactive program. Some of these systems were built 30, 40, 50 years ago, and we don't know how the pipes are holding up underground. So first part of that was developing which pipes we camera first, criticality matrix and different things that would complement the score. It's all based on national standards, so pretty fun if you like asset management. That program complements a capital program. Unfortunately, we do have pipes that aren't in perfect condition and require replacement, so that is the precursor to that capital program, and that program also very much ties into our overlay payment program. Since the enhanced level of service, we've also implemented an enhanced street sweeping program. It is much more efficient to remove the pollutants and sediment from the road surface itself, rather than clean the catch basins. That enhanced street sweeping program is in targeted areas of the city. We were able to obtain an Department of Ecology grant to help us purchase the city's first street sweeper, and we just implemented that program earlier this year. So very excited about that in terms of having the sweeper go out and run. And we are currently in progress for a fish passage barrier assessment that will help prioritize fish passage projects citywide and the scoring for those so that we can incorporate those into future comprehensive plans as well as CIP plans. And finally, we have a very robust water quality monitoring program. We have lots of data on our webpage if you are interested in any of that water quality monitoring data. Kind of skipped ahead a little bit, but this is an example of a pipe condition assessment program. The photo on the bottom of your screen is actually looking through a corrugated metal pipe. There's a little bit of a gap there that's not supposed to be there. So that's something that we, in the future would rate the condition of the pipe and look at it with other pipes and bundle all those pipes for design and construction to be rebuilt or replaced. There's great technology where you're able to replace pipes sometimes by lining them, so we don't have to dig into the ground, which is much more efficient. So it's a really neat program. Many capital programs were created with the enhanced level of service. I went through one of them, the pipe rehabilitation program. Matt spoke of the retrofit program. Some of those projects are now required. Sammamish was very forward-thinking when we started the retrofit strategic manual and adopted that in 2021. We actually had started that long before the ecology requirement. So those two programs, some of those pieces are actually required, but we go above and beyond and have many projects going at once. So that's why that is in the enhanced level of service category. And again, many project delivery and the funding levels that you'll see in June are all the result of that enhanced level of service and how quickly we're able to deliver these projects. Any questions about enhanced level of service?
Deputy Mayor.
In kind of keeping with the way we're approaching the budget and whatnot, is it possible for you to identify the projects that are absolutely required versus the ones that are at one level of the second level versus what is in the enhanced level, so that we can understand and help make sure we understand the priorities of those, and then just be prepared to explain, why we're treating one different than another?
Sure, absolutely. We can make sure that's included in the June presentation.
Thanks.
Councilmember Stewart.
I love Deputy Mayor's question, but just for clarification, so all the stormwater work, like you were saying, is paid for by the stormwater fees, which is all in a separate account, right? So while it's good information to have, it isn't going to affect any of our other budgeting items, right? We've already accounted for the monies that are necessary to attain this level of service, correct?
Correct. What often most cities do look at, and again, it's the enterprise fund, so stormwater is only paying for stormwater, even our time and everything else, it's only stormwater projects and planning. So often what happens with rate studies, and we're gearing up towards being able to update that rate fee study at the end of the next biennium. It's part of your next presentation, I believe, but part of that is reassessing all these programs. So we knew when we set these up, they're going to change over time. We knew, especially we've learned a lot more about the retrofit program and how we want to recommend prioritizing those projects. So there's been changes along the way. We're really excited to share that with council, but it's a good time to kind of look at how we might be allocating some funding to the program, as long as we are staying within kind of the bottom line, if you will, for the budget in terms of how those fees were originally set. There can be some movement amongst the program. That's of course council direction at the end of the day.
Excellent. And then it would be great too, from a I think an education for the public and maybe even for some of the new council members, when we talk about this, to talk about and you touched on a little bit about how much of our stormwater is actually being managed by these much older and what we would not consider compliant because they were built long before we had the regulations we have today. How much of the stormwater is going through those systems and why these retrofits are so important, right? Because I think our current codes tend to completely negate those impacts, whereas these older systems are the ones that don't. But to be able to share that objective data and information.
Of course.
Thank you.
I don't see any other lights on. I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
The sweeper comes from the enterprise fund.
Yes.
Panhandle Basin enterprise fund.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Everything you've seen tonight is enterprise fund.
Wonderful. That helps me think about the work plan. And then you mentioned time tracking. Are you billing us in 6-minute increments? Or how is you probably think about stormwater more than most people, right? So how do we budget the time and bill it towards the enterprise fund from Public Works?
Sure. We have allocations right at a high level of staff time. We do have dedicated full-time stormwater staff. So we have inspectors that is all they do. They perform locates for the utilities. They inspect the 485 facilities. So we have some staff that are full-time for the working. The utility pays essentially their full salary. Other staff, it's partially. So even portions of development review, for example, we always, for most permits, trigger some type of development review. And so portions of those team members, right, that's portions of their work, I guess, for development review. So it's an FTE allocation that you'll see as part of the budget.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And with that, I think we can keep going.
Sure. Okay. I won't spend a lot of time on these slides. They may look a little familiar to you. You saw them in April as part of the capital projects. But again, we'll be back in June. We'll spend a little bit more time updating council on some staff recommendations for how we would like to propose moving some of the programs and some allocation funding levels for some of the stormwater programs. And then we do have several projects, as you know, in construction. So very excited. We are tentatively planning for a final lift on Lewis Thompson very quickly. So very excited to finish that project this summer. George Davis broke ground last week. So again, this will be a lot of moving pieces to deliver that project. As soon as that project wraps construction, we will have staff availability to work on some other planning efforts like the basin plan. The programs or the projects listed here, both Laurie Estates outfall diversion and the retrofit projects, are slated for early construction to hit the critical windows next spring. So very excited to deliver those. Will be our first 2 retrofit projects. And again, we have many of the transportation projects. They almost all have stormwater components. So there's usually a portion. It's usually between 17 and 25% stormwater. Depends on what the project is doing. But that even portions of those are all funded through the utility. Again, George Davis Creek, most of you were out at groundbreaking, so thank you. We're very excited to get this project underway and in a very, very short construction window, but we were very excited. This project removes 4 barriers to fish passage and installs 2 box culverts that are currently will be installed through King County, and we are building a short span bridge under East Lake Sammamish Parkway, and then removing a dam further upstream, and of course restoring the entire creek along the way to open up about a river mile of habitat. The planning and design and construction management delivery costs for the project are about $13 million. And the city will end up paying about $4.3 million for that project. I'm very thankful for all of our grant funding partners. King County is a partner, and Sammamish Plateau Water as well. Laurie Estates outfall diversion, we spoke about this project in April. The total project will be about $1 million. This mitigates an erosion control and hazard issue. This was an immediate temporary repair that the utility performed after the December 2019 storm event. This is the long-term fix for that project. That'll go to construction early next year. This is the retrofit program, and we'll make sure to bring back a little bit more info in June. But this is how we look at the whole city. The map on your right looks at the treatment levels. And so as Matt mentioned, as stormwater systems come online through the decades, there's different things that are focused on. Now we have very strict stormwater regulations. A few decades ago, priorities in science were different. They weren't as strict, right? And so we have different areas of the city that we are prioritizing building new infrastructure or upgrading existing infrastructure as part of a retrofit project to improve water quality and, when we can, to improve flow control requirements. Some of these, many of the acronyms that Matt mentioned, are required now by our permit cycle for this NPDES permit. Demery Hill retrofit, this is a water quality project. We'll go to construction early 2027. So we finished our constructability risk assessment, and early spring construction will be the best fit for this type of project to minimize some risks just due to the complexity of the construction. So we're excited to go early next year. Design's being wrapped up, and it'll go out for ad in the fall. And the Southeast 20th and 228th water quality improvements is planned for May of next year. It'll go to ad beginning of 2027 or late 2026. Again, we're finalizing design, and it should be a fairly quick build. We are upgrading that infrastructure so we are able to treat more of the impervious surface and improve water quality. It should be about a 2 to 3 month build, so very excited for this project as well. I'm going to turn it back over to Matt to talk through where we're headed.
Thank you. Okay, so we have until 2029 until there is a new permit issued. In that time frame, we're looking at the 27-28 budget cycle to perform the storm and surface water comprehensive plan update. The last one was in 2016. That is where we're going to go ahead and take all the good work that's happened since then, kind of pull it all together, and reprioritize it in a way that allows us to, proceed for the next 6 years and subsequently redo that rate study. The rate study that was performed in 2022 was a 6-year model, and so you're going to kind of hopscotch over those things and go from one planning event to the other. I will say that just being new here, the system that's set up is really encouraging. I feel like it's a good working program, and obviously there's always going to be tweaks that we can make, but that's when we would make them, and that's when would be the opportunity to make them. And then also in 2026, we're going to be, or next year, 2027, the middle of the year, we'll be adopting the new, the 2026 King County Storm Design Manual and updating the Sammamish Addendum. Here's some of the requirements that are coming up between 26 and 28. There's a myriad of issues that were coming up, but tree canopy mapping. But that's an instance where if there's already an effort occurring, that we will look to utilize that effort. The urban, I can't remember, it was Urban Forestry Management Plan. My brain is kind of full of acronyms now. That will utilize that program, work with the staff that are doing that, and make sure that we kind of get two birds with one stone. And then obviously the capital program planning next year. And this is just kind of a general calendar showing the planned schedule for those items. And in terms of where we are at, in terms of capital planning process, we're going to bring back the draft staff recommendations at the end of this month, and then to get council feedback in June, and then to give us the opportunity to make revisions and bring back the draft published. And then we'll publish the draft in August and present at numerous council meetings between then and adoption in November. And here are some additional links for if you want to learn more about stormwater, or you can give me a call. I still have a bunch of documents on my desktop that I'd love to share, because I found the good ones. But I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any lights on. Does any council member have any follow-up questions for our team here? We've got Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah, I just had a stormwater related question. I know that, and this is something I've been concerned about for a little while now, and that is the number of septic systems in Sammamish that are close to end of life. Out of 39 cities in King County, we are number 38 in the number of septic systems that are at 30 years. And I haven't heard of any plans, and I know this also involves the water district. The cost to convert septic to sewer is incredibly expensive, and people likely aren't doing that. I just see the potential of this being a huge stormwater issue at some point, and I don't know how the city is proactively reaching out to residents that have these septic systems, and there are probably people that don't even know they're on a septic system and never had it being pumped in like 30 years. So how is the city planning on addressing this?
Good question. Septic systems are regulated by King County Department of Health, and so typically, even if we get a potential request for an investigation, that's something that we'd work with the health department for anything regarding septic system maintenance and even really looking into that investigation of that, if there was a maybe an illicit discharge or something like that, or suspected. In terms of comprehensive planning, that really lies with the water utility district because it requires so much infrastructure on their piece of it. And I would say there may be a nexus at some point between their comprehensive plans and ours, but it really lies with those water districts.
So there isn't any sort of coordination or any sort of planning, with these other entities, with the understanding this could be a potential huge problem, not just Sammamish, but the other cities, other King County cities as well. Like, I would think that there would be something, like, instead of just waiting for somebody's septic to fail, and then, then King County Public Health gets involved. Like, there is nothing.
Sorry. We can take a look and get back to you too in terms of, I don't know what type of outreach King County Department of Health has. I know there's requirements, and most septic property owners have their tanks and drain fields maintenance, regularly. It's much cheaper preventative maintenance than if something fails, right? So, but we can certainly get back to you to see what their program.
Okay, great, thank you.
Jump in. There was a little bit of information in the Pine Lake Creek Basin Plan. I have not done the deep dive yet in that, but in skimming it the last couple of days, I think there was a line item that discussed, that looked at the feasibility of subsidizing sewer connections. In that report, I believe it was found infeasible for cost at this time, but I mean, we certainly we can look into it, and that could be an element of the subsequent basin plans.
I don't see any other lights on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Up next, we have a discussion about the draft 2027 and 2028 work plan.
Yes, good evening, Council. Mike Sugg, analyst in the City Manager's office, joined by Rachel Bianchi, Deputy City Manager. So tonight we have an Exhibit 1 in your packet, which is the very early draft of the 2027-2028 work plan. In general, the work plan is intended to show the large projects that the city is working on during the biennium. This is mainly the work that will come in front of council in the form of direction or approval. What it doesn't show is all of the day-to-day work that staff is working on, such as maintenance, permitting, parks events, et cetera. This body of work really composes the majority of what the city does, but it's not the focus of the document. The work plan also does not include all of the capital improvement projects, as those will be coming to council separately for review. And the primary reason that we need to build the work plan now is because it ties directly into the budget that staff are developing. Most of the projects that you see here on the work plan will have a budgetary or a staffing impact. And so doing this work now really ensures that any projects that the council wants or does not want to include on the work plan are reflected in that proposed budget that comes forward to you. In Exhibit 1, you'll see the work plan organized under city departments. Within each department, there are 3 categories of work plan items. The first are those items that are currently on the 25-26 work plan that we expect will continue into the next biennium. Second category are new items that staff sees coming for the next biennium. And the third category is reserved for any items that council wants to add for the next biennium. As Mayor Amato noted in his earlier email to council, the purpose of tonight is to really understand, one, council's high-level questions on the work plan. We may not have all the answers tonight, but we will note them down and come back to you at the next meeting if we're not able to answer them. The second are to understand what work plan items council would like to remove, as well as any that council would like to add. And as always, it is always helpful for staff to understand where there is a majority in council direction so that we can help to focus our efforts when we come back to you. Following tonight's meeting, we will update the work plan and have some additional review at a future meeting. Part of that will be looking at how added or removed work plan items affect the budget and staffing capacities so that council has a full picture before any decisions are made. And I just want to emphasize with that this is our initial touch point and there's no final decisions being made tonight. With that said, I will turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I'll just reiterate what I put in my email to everyone this morning. The goal here is to keep, this can be a passionate time as we go through the work plan. And so this here is an attempt to make it easy for staff to understand where we're going and set clear direction for them for the next steps. So we'll start with question rounds. So ask questions related to the work plan, questions related to things you might want to remove or add, get some general feedback from the staff. Recommending, please. Hold recommending removing or adding items during this spot. We'll then move to the removal rounds where we'll go one at a time. If you want, hit your light, we'll go to you and then recommend an item for removal. And then we'll go down the dais for each person to give their feedback on whether they do agree or not with that. And same thing for adding items to it. We don't need any official motions to do this. This is really just directional for staff, and then we'll vote eventually on the final work plan items, and there'll be more opportunities to add or remove items through this process. So with that, I guess we will go ahead and open up our question round. Councilmember Stewart.
Just one question to kind of start off. The dollar categories, it almost felt like you picked like a logarithmic scale or something. So it's like under 25, and then it's like 25 to 100, and then it's like 100 to a million, 100,000 to a million. I found those categories a little bit challenging. Like the first one was really tiny. The second one was pretty, small. And then the third one is like big, and then it's like everything else. So could you give us a little bit of information on like, how did you pick those categories? And should we, when we kind of get into the next round, should we break up, I think, the 100,000 to a million? That felt pretty big to me. But just wondering what your thinking there was.
Yeah, we can certainly revise those categories. It was just sort of as we were developing this, how we were thinking about the dollar amounts. It made sense to us to break them up in this way, but we can certainly slice and dice that.
Mike, I want to be in your head more. Why did it make sense to you?
Just to kind of give a sense for scale, so that for $1 amount really being those really small items, the second one being generally in the range of what you would see for like a consultant contract for a study or plan between $25,000 and $100,000, and that $3 amount, 100,000 to a million, really being those bigger projects that we see, with the largest dollar amount just going on beyond that.
Okay. It just felt like a really big gap there, so.
Understandable.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with what Councilmember Stewart requested, because I had the same kind of question. But I was wondering if you know these, like on my menu, $1, $2, $3, is there a reason why we just don't put the dollar amount in there? Because then I can see if it's $5 or 5 million. I mean, is that?
We may not know that information at this time, Councilmember.
Can
So
you
we're trying to
make
give
an
you a
estimate?
range.
Can you give an estimate if you know it's the $2 sign things? Can you give us a sense of, because the range is so huge? Can you put dollar numbers in there?
We can go back and see what we can do, but I just want to be, like for instance, we added in the economic development task force that we heard you all talk about last week. We don't really have a good idea as to what it would cost to bring on a consultant for that. So we just put in a range, but we'll go back and drill into that $3 sign. We definitely have heard that now from a few of you.
Okay. The other thing I'm wondering about it, so, if we go through each one of these, we're going to pass through questions and then go through the whole list again with ads and a whole list with removal. So let me just take the whole list. Many of these, it seems like they're interrelated in here. And so you've got, for example, I see asset management kind of topics that show up in the city manager's office and Parks and Recs and Public Works and IT. And it now gets kind of confusing because I don't know which asset management part I'm looking at. And I'm leaning towards what finance is doing, where it's program centric. And so is there any reason why we can't have, if it is asset management as the senior work item, it's got an IT that's got to do something and the city manager's office has to do something. Can we just say what the major item is and those other ones seem to be supporting or ancillary? Like the IT one, it's got IT in there. I don't know if that means IT is doing code, is IT doing their own asset management? And is everybody, all these departments doing their own asset management? That's an example.
And I think that's a good one. I think we have room for improvement here in the work plan, so we'll go back and scrub that. But that was the intention of having the department and then the supporting right on that next column, that first column after the work plan item. So, but there's probably more scrubbing to do.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see though that on some of these, you're going to have everybody supporting some of these, all departments supporting some of these. So
correct.
If there is somebody that owns this, I think it would just be much more straightforward if it was really clear what this thing is, and then somebody's going to do printing for it, someone's going to do transportation for it, just those type supporting items. I guess having those broken out separately, it didn't help me a lot. And then some of these other ones that are kind of spread across, and I can give you some examples of those. Like the tree study one, I see tree studies show up a number of places. Are those all different?
There are two different versions here, yes. So one is related to, the trees under DCD is related specifically to code.
Okay.
The urban forest management program under the city manager's office is that broader policy issue. So those are two distinct work bodies of work. Do they, are there overlap and are staff working together on them? Absolutely.
Sure.
But they are two distinct bodies of work.
Interesting. So what about the thought of aligning, because now we're talking about our budgets aligning programmatically. What about these aligning programmatically rather than departmentally?
So, or by goal. So previously,
say that one more time.
Or by goal. Previously the work plan was aligned by goals. Now that maybe there is some direction on the goals, right? We may choose to go back to go ahead and aligning them by goals, or we can align them by program. There are options. This was a default because at the time we put this together, we did not have goals.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, I don't see any, so yes, we do. Councilmember O'Farrell.
Sorry, and I'm not sure if this is the right juncture to ask this question, but ask it, of course I will. As you know, I've been talking about the supported employment program, and I was just looking, would that fit into D1? Is that kind of where we see that work? It's implement racial equality work plan, develop 3 to 4 priorities to achieve in each calendar year to further city's racial equity commitment and vision. So is that where that work would be housed?
That could potentially, that item could potentially be under that work item, yes.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't see it anywhere else, so that's why I just wanted to, okay, thank you.
Councilman, to clarify your question there, yeah, that was a perfect place in this. That's what I had in mind, is asking questions and then adding it later if you did want to do something like that. Councilmember, Councilmember Lamb? No, okay. So I'll go ahead and ask my question here. Couple items I saw: IT4, data center. I guess what I want to understand with several of the IT related items, SharePoint, the business case for it, the explanation behind the decision to add it to the work plan. Like, I would have thought, for example, in our data center, that by now we wouldn't have a server array of hard drives in the back room, and we're using some sort of offsite storage. I just don't know. So I guess I want to understand a little bit more about what the justification is for the work plan items, other than like, we need more space. Like, I want to understand a little bit more holistically what the infrastructure is like in IT. The police one, I didn't write down the name of it, but it's I think it was something related to outreach. I'm just hoping to get some more information about what that is exactly, what's envisioned with that. It's got the $3 signs and it's not quite clear. And then this might overlap with what Councilmember Boyer was mentioning, but I see F3, F8, and CM3. They're all very similar work. How are they related, and what's being done to, this is increase public access to, this is all related to probably the storage of public records, the reduction of paper records. And so one of my questions is, what's being done to proactively increase public access to public records to reduce staff time in retrieving those and managing that? I don't need any of these questions answered now.
And I think some of that could be an addition to the description to make it a little bit more clear about what we're doing under some of these. So.
Yeah. So in my experience, when I was submitting, when I worked in IT in a city, we submitted a project narrative about what we needed and what would happen if we didn't do it, what would happen if we did, and the budget range of what we needed. And I assume there's some document that makes a case for the staff request to add this to the work plan. And I just want to understand what that is.
We'll follow up with the respective departments on those.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions, and we'll go to Councilmember Lamb.
I had a question just under community development, H4, centers and corridors plan. I just like some more detail because it looks like it was struck out, approach to addressing traffic needs on 228th. So I'm not sure what studying the relationship between Inglewood and Pine Lake areas mean. Are we not studying traffic? So just would like some more detail. Thanks.
Checking in, Councilmember Treen. You're good?
I'm good.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I submitted copies to these guys already ahead of time.
Okay. Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just if I can give you the lightning round here, for example, City Manager's Office, F2 and F3, those seem related to the budget. So are they like now this is departmentally organized, or?
Thank you. So just real quick, the letter and corresponds to a previous goal.
Oh.
Right. So to be quick on F2 and F3, F2 really is looking at potential changes to service delivery. Right. F3 is more specific to public records and keeping up with our paper records issue that we have.
So are we going to do service levels with the finance goal also?
That is across the city, though. So that's not just specific to the city manager's office. That's looking at service levels across the city.
And so that doesn't show in finance. We're doing budgeting. That shows up here.
It shows here because the city manager's office is the lead for those service level reviews.
Got it. Okay. For CM2, how will that work? Who asks those questions? What's the detail underneath that?
So this is a result of the council telling us not to move forward with the community survey and instead doing this basic community pulse. And so the city staff are doing that on a regular basis.
Okay. CM4, is that still just a web-based? Is that just we're not doing it in a digital platform? We're just saying this is going to update our website? Is that what that is?
It is more than just the website, though, because the WCAG rules apply to anything digital. So it does also have to do with any videos, any social media, ultimately presentations that we give to you. on a regular basis all need to be WCAG compliant. It is bigger than just a new website.
Okay, excellent. Finance, F10, finance process improvements. Is that just their processes, or does that mean all departments are going to look at their processes to improve?
It is largely just their processes, but it will affect others. So because like they used some examples of an indirect cost allocation, which would go into how we set fees in DCD, right? It also looks at some fleet allocation model. So it is largely a finance function, but it will affect other departments.
So is there a work item somewhere in here, like let's take Public Works. Let's say they find a fabulous way to do something different for Public Works that they do out in the field. Is that covered under this one, or would they have to come up with something like it would say Public Works process improvements?
So a Public Works process improvement wouldn't necessarily be covered under this.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean, however, that if one of our great staff in Public Works comes up with an idea that says, hey, this would make all of our jobs better and more efficient, that they wouldn't just go ahead and do that. It doesn't have to be here in order for it to happen.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I don't see the intelligent transportation systems work in the new work plan. So I was just curious if we can find out, was that an oversight or was that an intentional, we're not going to work on that anymore?
We'll have to come back to you with that because, again, the capital stuff is not involved in this, and I'm not sure if it's on that capital list, and that's why it's not here yet. So,
okay, thank you. Because did we ever approve? I don't recall approving the master plan for that. And that was the previous work item, was the master plan. So again, if you can just follow up with.
Yep, we'll get back to you on that.
That would be great. Thanks.
Okay, don't see any other lights on. Council, any other questions? Okay.
If I could, real quick,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, before
absolutely.
we get into the next state, I do think one of the things that is going to be really important in this next part of the discussion is staff time and capacity. So I just want to set expectations about ideas for the work plan and how it relates to our staff time and capacity. Because I know we talked a little bit about the budget side of this thing, but staff time and capacity is a real issue in any organization, right? So as we're moving forward, as we come up with ideas that maybe want to be added to the work plan, one of the things that we're going to be going back to do is saying, okay, what is our staff time and capacity related to all of the other things, and we will be coming back to you with suggestions on perhaps what may or may not be able to move forward in this coming biennium or would need to be pushed out, because there are lots of ideas out there. We're not going to be able to do all of them. So I just want to manage expectations moving forward if I could.
Okay, Council, anyone like to go first on the this is of the removal of items. Councilmember Lamb? Nope. Did you? Yes?
Just to clear, we're removing?
We're moving on to removal rounds unless there are more questions for the staff.
No, I wanted to remove something, but.
Great. Okay. Yeah, so Councilmember Lamb, your light was on first if you'd like to go.
I wanted to remove the Public Works Commission. I believe, looking at the work plan, I'm trying to find the page. They look like they have a really heavy workload. Many items are required, and staff time is either high or medium, and to see the Public Works Commission with medium staff time looks like it would be a significant burden, and I'd like to remove that.
Okay, so Councilmember Lamb has a proposal to remove the Public Works Commission, that's PW4. And so what we'll do is go down the line, so starting with Councilmember O'Farrell, and then this way, if you agree or disagree, you want to remove it or not.
I agree.
Agree to remove. Okay. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I agree. I thought we had looked at trying to fold that into the Planning Commission, so we didn't have to spin up a new commission, so I agree.
Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know that we need a separate Public Works Commission. I don't want to remove the idea of having a Transportation Commission or amending the Planning Commission to include transportation as part of it. But on a full Public Works Commission.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you said you do or do not? I didn't hear you.
So I agree that removing the Public Works Commission would be a good idea. I think we could do something else.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
If we do something else, I would agree with removing it.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, I agree if we do something else. We also had talked about taking some of those topics and moving them with the Planning Commission. I can't say exactly how that would work. But if we remove that and do nothing else, then I'm not in support of that.
Okay.
We'll come back to you with more on that one.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb, was that it? Yes. Okay. Councilmember Treen.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me just start with saying that if you include all the critical and required items on this work plan, that's where I would start, and then make sure that I have the revenue in which to support that. After that, everything else on this plan is available to be removed, in my opinion. So I don't think you really need a vote on that because they're not going to approve all of them. So I just want you to know my position at this point is that I would look at everything that is not required or critical for the operations of the city at this point would have the ability to be removed from the work plan to reduce staff, impact on staff, their workload, and also that would allow us to balance our budget and try to deal with our financial situation to be a sustainable city going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate what Councilmember Treen is saying. I could get on board with that. I have to go through the detail. But just a question that I have that could help. Climate Action Plan Update, CM5, and then CD2. Are those different? Is that one is a report and the other is an update?
Yes, so the Climate Action Plan is an adopted plan adopted by the City Council. So that is different, and it does have it does need to be updated on a regular basis, which is why it is there as required, because it's an adopted plan by the City Council.
Okay.
The Climate Change and Resiliency Element Update is a little bit different. Is it different? Maybe it's not different. Maybe that's one of those we need to scrub.
Okay.
Let me go back and do that. I appreciate you flagging that.
Yeah, not that I am trying to remove it, I just don't understand what those are.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, there could have been some scrubs there, so let's go ahead and do that.
I know.
Thank you.
It's a tough list. The other thing I don't know if this is a removal or an addition. I'm going to say it's a modification. We have got neighborhood center plans, center and quarters plans, town center amendments, town center updates, neighborhood center plan. Those all to me just seem to be dancing around the same topic. I would recommend and support somehow putting those, looking at our town center, our sub area, and then mixed use areas, mixed use centers to have some type of code update, because I think that's where the bottom line runs, is into the code. And that includes the town center updates, because you got to update the plan to get the code. So those are all, they all seem to be biting at the same apple. And I would want some thinking to collapse those into somewhat of a strategic view of yes, our neighborhood centers and our centers and corridors and the town center amendments and the town center itself. And I had talked with Director Pyle about this, that would a code be suitable for all those? And he said that's feasible. So that's not really an addition or subtraction. It's kind of a restructuring of those.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you feel on that one you need more council feedback to take that back and then come back to us? Or do you feel comfortable with what? I don't want you to walk away without a feeling like you got clear direction on something and then ask again in a couple weeks.
I think the question is going to be, what does David have to say about it? So let us go back to
That's fair.
David.
Okay.
Yep. Again, this is not our only iteration of this. I expect we're going to be back at least one more time with making the sausage, and then we'll come back for adoption.
Absolutely. Well, I just wanted to make sure you walked away feeling good about whatever we
I appreciate the focus on making
confident
sure
in
we
what
have
we
clear
told you.
direction.
Yes, it was nice speaking for David. Just kidding.
Councilmember Stewart.
And maybe this is bad, but I'm not sure I understood what Councilmember Boyer was asking for exactly. So
Not surprising.
maybe that can be part of the discussion is once you talk to David, explaining it again. Sorry. I didn't totally follow.
Not surprising, although I would be more than willing to spend some separate time with you, Councilmember Stewart, to explain that idea that I might have.
I would love that. Thank you.
Super, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. One of the things as I was working through this that is difficult for me to understand, so my comments might be misinterpreted, but for example, climate action plan implementation. That's required, so that's not a good example, but let's just say, let's pick one that's better.
Can I clarify if you're getting to something to be removed?
Yeah,
Okay.
or consolidate. I mean, implement racial equity work plan. We have a racial equity work plan, apparently, which was adopted before. Why do we need an item on here to implement it? Because didn't that, when it's adopted, become city policy? So whatever you're doing that is influenced or impacted by that policy should follow the policy. So there's a lot of things in here that I view like that, where we're treating it like we have to do it again, but really it's just part of implementing our own policies that have already been adopted. So it makes it seem like it's more work, but it shouldn't be more work. It should be just doing the job with that policy being implemented. And there's a lot of them. It's not just that. That's just I'm on that page. But.
Understood what you're saying, Deputy Mayor. I do think that previous councils may have wanted to elevate some different work to show, things that are happening in the city. Because again, to Mike Sugg's point, right, a lot of the work that happens isn't on here, right? A lot of the great work that my colleagues do every day isn't captured here in any way, shape, or form, right? Mm-hmm. So there may be things that do feel like the regular course of business that this council may want to elevate to the work plan just as a communications vehicle to say, hey, we're doing this work and it's important. And you may not. So we're here to, to take the feedback and the direction from all of you.
Well, okay, then I made these comments on what I sent to you, and I guess I didn't send it, but I just did a minute ago now.
Thank you.
And so you have them. It's just questioning, why do we have this in here? Because it's how we're doing our work. It's not something new and different or some project that needs to be completed. It's more how we're doing the work. So that doesn't make sense to me, but. And I think I added a couple suggested items. The Economic Development Task Force.
We'll get to that in just
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to.
You want to remove that one?
No,
oh, okay.
I don't. No, thanks.
Yep. Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking at D1, as I'd mentioned earlier, and because we have in there that it's ongoing, developing 3 to 4 priorities to achieve in each calendar year to further city's racial equity commitment and vision. I would either like to remove that or to add to it with the establishment of supported to begin the work around the establishment of a supported employment program. So I would like to see it called out in here, and then changing the timeline, that we would actually put some a start and an end time frame rather than it being ongoing, because that feels like we're never going to get to it. And I feel, council, my time on however long I have on this council, this is something that I feel like I have got to do and got to try to make it happen. And so I would like to see some kind of a time frame on that, and I would like to see it called out in D1 or as a new item of its own under this department, that we would begin the work on the establishing of a supported employment program in Sammamish. So I don't know if that's removing or adding, or I'm not quite sure.
It sounds like a modification of the layout, unless you want to ask all of us if we want to remove the item.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Unless you would like to ask all of us if we want to actually remove the item.
It will be a modification.
Okay. Councilmember Lamb.
Are we voting on whether or not to remove what Councilmember Treen suggested? Like, we didn't go down the line to vote on that.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor or Councilmember Treen?
Councilmember Treen.
Councilmember Treen meant, my recollection was he said to several things, remove everything that wasn't critical or required, but we don't have to take a vote on it. He just wanted to convey what his thoughts were so that they understood his point of view, but not that we're going to vote on 76 items minus critical and required.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I went through some of the ones that were, I didn't know if it was remove or add. So I'm trying to follow along here. Some of the ones that I actually had marked, same with Deputy Mayor, the ones that are ongoing, if I look at this list, it seems like if they're projects, breakthrough, different, they're on the list. If it's what you do as a normal course of business, I'm not sure why they would go on here, because they would seem to be part of your normal operations. And that includes, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, implement racial equity work plan, the toolkit, celebrate DEIB, some of the other actions that seem to be our normal course of business. So I guess I would remove those if it's our normal operating procedure and we're doing those things, because we don't have in here, issue permits and, mow the lawn and things like that. And so I would just second what Deputy Mayor was talking about. Thank you.
I'm trying to think here how to work this. So I think there's interest in adjusting the formatting of how we portray the work plan from at least two council members here. So I think it would make sense for us to go down the line so that you understand how much interest is there to look at restructuring it based on, and if I'm incorrect, please tell me, based on new initiatives that have significant budget impact versus ongoing initiatives that the city has, and perhaps some way to call out the ones that the council feels are particularly important as values for the city. Did I?
Yeah, pretty close. I would just say that I feel permitting is highly valuable too. And such. So I don't know if it's just a value judgment. It's just that if it is part of our normal course of business, we're doing those, it's a standard operating procedure, then we proceed.
So for clarification, Councilmember, anything that is on the work plan that where the start says ongoing and the end says ongoing, remove all of those items. For clarification, which is largely city managers, a few things in the city manager's office, and then the police.
I guess so. Now you're making me nervous with the police. I didn't.
Don't worry, it's not anything. They'll still be out there patrolling.
I can just see.
That would be a heck of a Scribner.
I can see this getting on social media. I guess even when I look at these Sammamish Police Explorers, great great work, great idea, doing it. I don't know if that is their normal way of doing business and it should continue. And it would be as if our permitting department, our others departments that do their normal course of work, that it's already structured to continue. Those are the things that I'm not sure we would put them on here.
Right, and just for direction for your colleagues, would that make sense?
That would make sense.
Remove the ongoing from the start and remove all those items.
That would make sense to me.
So.
Okay.
Could I ask a clarifying question before we go down the line on that, Mr.
I
Mayor?
think that would be good. Yeah.
Thank you. So I understand the spirit that you're talking about, right? If it's ongoing, it's ongoing work. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is, for example, since it's been brought up several times, the implementation of the racial equity work plan. To implement it all, it's currently ongoing, but to implement the 3 or 4, as is listed on here, I think Councilmember Farrell had talked about, like, we probably just need to put a start and end date on that. And then, like, maybe every biennium, it may appear until they're all done, and then it's just ongoing. So I guess trying to get that kind of information from you, and I'm making some assumptions there that I understand it correctly, but I want to make sure we understand that before we take off all the ongoing. Because I would agree, like, if it's normal course of business that was called out in the beginning, like, we're not calling out permitting and some of those things. I'm assuming they'll all have budget line items when we get to the budget, but they're not separate work plan items. They're just part of city operations. So I think we need some clarification before we vote on sort of a whole group of ongoing, or maybe we give you guys another chance to go back and clarify, is this really ongoing, just normal course of business, or is it on here for a specific reason? Because there's extra work we have to do before it just becomes part of our ongoing business.
Yeah, I admit that I don't know much about that one, the 4 phases and such, or 4 parts. So I will say the intention, let's take asset management, for example. You have all our hard assets, manage those capital assets. You have lifetime plans, lifetime cost, replacements, scheduled, all the things that are with there. Once a program like that is set up, I don't believe it would show up in here because we've answered the questions, we wrote the standard operating procedures, we can execute to that. If there's a change to that, then we bring it back up here because we have to make some block change to correct it for some flaw. But once you design it and everybody's using it, I would not see it placed on here.
Right.
The one you're speaking about, Councilmember Stewart, I don't have enough information to know about that one. I can't speak to asset management. Sorry.
Right. Well, and I guess that's why I wanted to ask the clarifying question was, before we vote on removing all of these, do we want to give staff a chance to come back and kind of clarify that and then take a stab at it? Just because I'm not comfortable saying yes to that, but there might be some that, I agree with the spirit of what you're saying, I guess is what I'm saying, but I'm not prepared to say, yes, remove them all.
So I guess the question for council that will go down is, do we agree with the spirit of what Councilmember Boyer is conveying here so that they have enough information to go back and come back to us? So Councilmember O'Farrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, but I don't agree with what Councilmember Treen was suggesting, that we remove everything that is not required or critical.
Noted. Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Stewart.
Yes, I agree with the spirit.
Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, I agree with the spirit. And my spirit was that if it's not critical or required, it could be removed. Thank you.
I also agree.
I agree.
I could support what Councilmember Treen is saying, but the other thing I talked about...
No, this is on your specific...
I agree with what I said.
Okay, thank you.
Earlier.
All right. We've made some progress. Okay. Councilmember, Deputy Mayor, your light is on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I don't see any lights on for the removal round. I just want to say thank you, Council. This is a challenging thing to try to categorize, so thank you for trying to stay within the realm of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think we're making progress. Okay, on to the items that are additive. Councilmember Stewart.
So this is more of a question, again, but kind of felt like it was in the ag category. So you called out that, like, you didn't put events on the work plan. And I'm assuming, again, we're making kind of a distinction between the work plan versus the budget. So we will, when we get to the budget, see the cost of events. Is that accurate? And we don't need to see it on here because our Parks and Rec folks do events. That's part of what they do.
Not all of our events, but as we go into the program-based budgeting, right, events will be a category, and we'll be able to drill down into the bigger ones, like say 4th of July.
Okay.
Right, we're probably not going to itemize every Shakespeare in the Park, right? But the larger
Excellent.
ones, we definitely will.
Perfect. Then I don't have an ad, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
I do want to add, just sorry, real quick to add is that the study session in June, we will be talking about capital. And so this is not the place to be talking about capital ads. I just wanted to make sure we're all aware of that. Thank you.
I don't see any council lights on. Checking. Councilmember Trine.
Yeah, thanks. So Rachel, just what you just said there. So yeah, because when I looked at this work plan, to me, it was like I'm looking at it from the perspective of operating costs. There's budget items in here too, but in the back of my head, it was like, okay, if we did the centers and corridors plan, how much staff time and money would we need to spend with a consultant to actually do that project, right? And I look at that and I say, well, I don't know. There's too many variables and factors that would then tell me that, well, I wouldn't do that then. Or maybe it is, no, this is exactly what we need to do to move the city forward. All right. So that's how I looked at this. So is that kind of so when we look at the work plan, is that a good way for me as a council member to look at this, that it says, hey, the amount of time it's going to take the staff and the amount of money it's going to take, and knowing the budget constraints that we do have and the staffing that we have, and saying, hey, where are we going to be over the next 2 years? That's this work plan, right?
Right, and what you're going to deliver for your community, right?
Right, and then some of it may be, so then I'm going to have to give in and say, because of the level of service for snow plowing, for an example, or I love our parks and how they're maintained. So we are going to do these things because, I'm willing to, the residents that say, hey, we want to do this. It's like, okay, I get it. Right. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor.
So I had three, some of them are on multiple pages, but basically three things that I would like to add. I let you deal with where they properly belong, maybe. But I would like to see us
take them one at a time.
One at a time. I would like to see us update our code to do more than just, quote, encourage the use of native plants, but to require native plants, and have the city adopt a policy of using native plants in our parks and our right-of-way to enhance the habitat value of what we're planting.
Okay, I'll start down with Councilmember O'Farrell.
Yes, I agree.
Councilmember Lamb.
I agree.
Councilmember Stewart.
I agree that we should get a budget cost on that. Again, I just in the spirit of, lots of great ideas, but how much does that cost? So in that regard, I agree.
Councilmember Trine.
If it doesn't require a study, I agree.
Wanted to remove everything.
Excuse me, I agree with adding. Councilmember Boyer.
Agree, study free.
Okay.
Got it.
Councilmember Trine.
Okay,
Deputy
option
Mayor.
number 2. I would really, I have really started to embrace AI as a tool for making our work more efficient. And I don't know whether the city is finding that. I assume individual employees who are inspired by it are using it. But I wonder if we couldn't help our overall productivity in the departments if we had some AI training or an AI policy related to it, not for misuse, but for helping to streamline some of the workflows.
So we do have an AI policy, not necessarily specific to streaming workflows. So I do think at some point this would be a great conversation perhaps for a study session, so we could also talk through all of the different public records aspects that come with AI that affect a public agency in a way that don't necessarily affect a private agency. And we would probably want to talk through so that you all would understand some of the implications of that moving forward.
I'm okay with that.
Would you like to hold on asking the council until we go through that process?
Sure.
Okay.
And then the last thing is in the emergency management area. I really think we need to have some public involvement in planning for emergency situations. That is actually a lot of work. So maybe just taking a bite at that apple, just so we don't break ourselves. But I think there's too much misinformation or lack of information in the city about what to do if we lose power, if we, if trees fall and block roads, all of that. I think we could do a little work on helping people, just taking a step toward helping people understand what their choices are and where to go to get help if something happens.
Okay, we'll go down the line. Councilmember O'Farrell?
Yeah, I agree.
Councilmember Lamb?
I'm not clear on that. I see two things under emergency, one thing under emergency planning, emergency management plan implementation. I would think that part of implementation would include how the public would be involved in that. So there's not enough information.
Okay, Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering what is it completely separate from what's on here, or just sort of increasing the scope of one of the line items?
Yeah, it may be that I just don't interpret the line items as having enough public involvement.
No, you might. It might be again, like when you say public involvement, do you mean bringing people in to get their ideas, or do you mean more like the outreach and education?
Yeah, more like outreach and education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again,
and involving them in developing that, because we have people who have been through a lot and could help us with improving it.
I guess I'm good with outreach and education. I think emergency management planning is an interesting, again, getting people's input. Like if you want to ask people to provide, what are they worried about? But I guess I don't necessarily want community members involved in that planning. We have a lot of agencies that do that and probably need to leave that planning to them, I guess. So I guess I'm open to, we can add an item and get some more clarity and get some budget on it, but I'm not like, yes, already.
That's fair. I mean, I may have just, maybe this is just a question for you guys. What are you going to do there?
Yeah. I think that's a very valid question, Deputy Mayor. And just so you know, we do have a communications plan associated with emergency management. So you'll notice that every single issue of the newsletter has something emergency management related in it, right? We do have specific and accompanying social media posts that go out, right? We do participate in different emergency management fairs that are happening in the city. The Y's got one coming up later on this year. So we are, attempting to do that outreach, not to mention working with our partners at King County, EFR, and other places. So we do have a concerted effort to do that outreach and education.
I guess I feel like it's not specific enough in the sense that you read that, it's great. There's a place you could go, but where do I go? Where does my neighborhood go if there's a fire? Where do, the idea is that wherever you live in the city, you know what your evacuation routes are, and you've been educated on that. And so when the really big things happen, people know what to do and where to go. Because I feel like the broad general information is not very helpful. I mean, it's helpful in general, but for the little things that go on. But when our lives are cut down by a major emergency, I'm not sure we know where to go.
I think maybe this is also another opportunity for a future discussion with council, a bit broader, right? Because I think one of the key things that we've learned in terms of, evacuation and emergency management is it is very situational depending on what the issue is. If it is a fire or if it is trees down and that sort of thing. So we actually want we as professionals want you to listen at that moment so that we're giving you that route that is specific to you to get you out safely, as opposed to you having a preset plan, because that preset plan may not work depending on the hazard that we're talking about. But let's put that, if we could, on a list for a future meeting and some more discussion.
Okay.
Council, we have 10 minutes to the, sorry.
Sorry, so I would be next. Thanks.
Well, hey, one moment here. We have 10 minutes to the end of the meeting. I think we need a motion to extend. I'd recommend a motion to 10:30. We've got several items that we need to get to after this.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded to extend to 10:30. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That was, motion carries 5-2. Okay. There was, I think, 2 lights on that appeared to have gone off for me. Does anyone else have anything on the additive side of the work plan? Okay. I will go over mine. One item I have down is a lean pilot program with facilitator. And it doesn't have to be lean. Our city's too small for lean, I think. But bring someone in who can look at some high impact items that are hitting staff or hitting the public and look at, just 3. A pilot program to see what they find and what we can do differently to improve some of the processes, particularly I'm thinking about ones that impact the public, and then ones that are particularly frustrating for our staff. I think it's important that if we are, Councilmember Boyer has brought this up a couple times, can we, are there a lot of efficiencies we can make to balance the budget? No, but I think it's also important that we show the public that we are doing more with less, and this is one way we can prove that we are either already really efficient or we are making strides to become more efficient with our time. So that's one item I would like to add to the work plan. So I'll start with Councilmember O'Farrell.
Yeah, I mean, with that kind of, I think, don't know all the details of what that would look like and what the cost involved in it. But yeah, in principle, I would like to hear more about that. Yeah.
So to clarify, I want to make sure I'm not being prescriptive. Generally, I'm looking for something this direction. I'm not saying lean or a particular program or Councilmember Lamb.
No, not at this time.
Councilmember Stewart.
So you want to bring a consultant in to review all of our processes, or I guess I'm not sure what the scope, I'm not totally.
The scope would be, a facilitator would likely be useful. I'm not being prescriptive about how they execute it, but the idea would be you choose 3 high impact items. It's permitting generally, permitting on a specific item. We have a permit, our permit tool is being updated this year, but if we've got a bad process in place already that could be improved and we bring in a new tool, sure, the new tool is more efficient, but our process is still broken. So looking at what potentially can be solved and identifying those and seeing what the outcomes are.
I guess where I'm struggling is we've already given staff direction for several years, and I'm not even sure we needed to because I think they do this naturally, but we've asked for what are areas. So they come back and tell us, and when there's an effort involved, they recommend that we do an effort. So we've done efforts on public records because that's been a big cost thing. So I guess I'm confused, and maybe it's a question for staff, is there something that is really frustrating and costly to you that you haven't already brought to us?
So we did do a lean processing on permitting about 2.5-3 years ago. We had them come in, and the state auditor's office has a great service for municipalities that come in and they help with that. So we did do permitting recently. There are always improvements that we can make. Let's be clear, right? Mm-hmm. So I mean, we're happy to go look at maybe some potentials, but am pleased to be able to share the part about the lean process that we did for permitting, fairly recently. So, but we can look at things.
I guess I'd want to be more clear before I'd say yes. I mean, I'm always down for process improvements. Process is my job at work, so I love that. But I just want to be clear because I feel like, you know, we have a lot of things we're looking to cut, and you know, there is a tipping point, right, in terms of like how much staff time are we going to use to go look for things that we can improve, and is the improvement that we find going to be worth the time we spent looking for it? And we've had some of those conversations in the past. So I think giving staff the guidance that says if you have something that you feel is big and inefficient, then you should bring it forward as a work plan item, and we can figure out the best way to solve it. But I guess just giving them, go find 3 random things and whatever, I'm concerned because we probably already don't have enough staff time to do the things that are on our current work plan, is what I'm worried about, if that makes sense.
Should the staff interpret you as a no?
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Trine.
Yeah, I'm not interested in it at this time either, even though I am all for efficiencies. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I would support some kind of process.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, I'd be an insult to my past life if I didn't say yes. Some type of an assessment. I think a high-level assessment will give us some direction, and then we can look at those opportunities to go forward. Like I said prior, or I call it BCC, before City Council, I think, like you said, Deputy City Manager, there's opportunities everywhere, and sometimes an outside assessment will allow you to focus. So I would be in support. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is, and this is a little hard to describe, a policy by which, a process by which city staff of any level can identify an area where the city is heading in a bad direction and anonymously report it to the city manager. What comes to mind, and I don't know if it would solve it, but the idea that comes to mind is Inglewood. And providing an opportunity for any level of staff member to surface something to the city manager to solve, and then have the city manager bring to the council a report about what that issue was and how it was resolved. I don't want to end up in a situation where some, line staff had seen something that would have resulted in a bad outcome for residents, and them not feeling like there was a path to have that resolved. And I think knowing that there will be people who see some of those things is important. It's like the andon cord in Toyota factories. So that's the idea. I don't exactly know how to implement it. So Councilmember, do you have a clarifying question?
Well, yeah, I have a question for staff because I believe we already have an anonymous number that staff can call, and it goes to the city manager unless it's a report about the city manager. So don't we already have that set up?
We have a whistleblower set up, yes.
So we already have something like that, I think, in place.
So this is, to be clear, this is not a whistleblower level issue. This is simply something is wrong. I have no method of getting it to higher ups. Here is a way for me to be able to report that, and I know action may be taken on it because the city council will see a report that the city manager either took action on the item or didn't.
And you want it to be anonymous?
I don't know if anonymous is the best. Again, I'm not prescribing how to execute this specific policy. The spirit of it is give line level staff the ability to surface issues that they believe are important enough for the council to be aware of. But right now, they have no way of doing so. So this gives them the opportunity to do that.
Can I ask another clarifying question? Why do you believe that staff don't have a way to speak to the city manager, the deputy city manager?
It has nothing to do with being able to speak to the city manager, deputy city manager. It's that it comes to the council. If they feel it's important enough to go to the board of directors.
So it's not that they don't have a method to get it to the senior leadership in the city. You're saying it's that they don't have a way to get it to council.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Because I believe every city manager we've ever had, we pretty much require an open door policy so anyone can speak to the city, any staff member can report things. Okay.
I'm going to clarify, and then we're going to go down. To be clear, it is so that when something to that level is reported to the city manager is then required to put a report to council to say he actioned on it or did not and why, so that something like Inglewood doesn't happen again, or the next item doesn't happen again. So someone down below who might be able to see something can raise it to the highest level. So, Councilmember O'Farrell.
I don't think I support this. I was here with the Inglewood situation, and I don't think that that's how all of that transpired, through this lack of mechanism, as it were. I hear what you're saying. I feel like that this is something within the city manager's office that whoever our new city manager may be in, as we move forward in this position, that, you know, we could as a council make that abundantly clear to whoever occupies the chair that this is something we expect. I don't know if we need a system in place, so no, I wouldn't support this.
Councilmember Lamb.
No, I don't support this. I see this more as a HR policy. I think this is something that our Mark Baird could figure out something within our handbook. It's like a trust issue, so I think that this could just be conversations with staff and the directors. So no, I don't agree. This should be a work plan item.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I would say I think we can implement this by telling the current city manager and whoever the next city manager is that that's what we want to happen, and I don't think we need a work plan item. So it's not that I don't support what you're saying, I just don't think it rises to the level of work plan.
Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, it sounds like a value statement. It's not like some of our other things, and it would just be this is the way we operate. So I would not be in support of it as a work plan item, as I don't on other things as well. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm going to go the same. I don't think it needs to be a work plan.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, I think it's something that's necessary in terms of what. I'm not sure how to do it. If I listen to what you said, Mr. Mayor, I think and-on is the right term, but I need more detail. I do believe, though, it should be part of our operating philosophy, embedded, probably not a work item per se. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last item I've got is resident commission reform. So I'm looking at a rewrite of the code sections to formalize involvement that commissions have in the planning, work plan, budget, and when their involvement starts. Not that I'm not advocating a specific outcome, but I believe that our code section related to commissions has been amended over the years. It's not very clear, and our commissions right now, their involvement in the various processes that they're involved in really depends upon the specific item and staff and council at the time, and I think we need to formalize how we rely on our commissions. Councilmember O'Farrell.
So, Mayor, are you saying that we should take the code that we currently have that governs our commissions to kind of update it because it's been a minute? Is that essentially what you're saying?
Update and formalize how we want commissions to be involved in the process, because it's not very clear.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to hear more about that. I don't know if there's a huge problem there that needs solving, but I would like to hear more about that. So I'm not saying no. I'd like to hear more. Yeah.
Councilmember Lamb.
I would say no for now until I hear what the specific issues are.
Yeah, I would agree. If you could send us like the code that you say isn't clear and that we could look at before we go putting something on the work plan, I'd be down with looking at that.
Councilmember.
But I'm a no for now until then.
Councilmember Tree.
Yeah, because I'm fully aware that the Planning Commission has processes that they have to follow. So, and that's directed from staff by the decisions we make as a board here on policy. So I think minus that, if we're talking about the idea that we as a council are giving better direction to our commissions to help us do the work that we need to do, then I would like to see that kind of thing change. And empowering the human service and the arts commissions, and so that they, in the parks, the commissions, that the commissioners themselves too are empowered. If that's the outcome that you're looking for by rewriting, or I like the word updating, the commissions, then I would be in support of that.
Councilmember, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I also would support better defining the roles of the different commissions that we have. I think there is some confusion and lack of clarity around it, and it may just be a review of the charters or whatever code is directing them.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, I would support that, but I'm coming from a place of great question. I have not read what you're talking about, Mr. Mayor, so I can't really say, do I think there's probably a way to clarify that? Absolutely. So I would love to see what's going on there and what made you bring this up in the first place, and for us to do better.
Okay, thank you. And to everyone's relief, I am done. And anyone else? No? Okay. Do you, sorry.
We're done. We'll be back with some additional analysis, right? Talk about, potential impacts and that sort of thing. And we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, up next we have the council reports. So before we get to everyone's individual reports, we do have a couple items that are kind of falling under this section here. One is the lease for the YMCA at the 120 building. And we heard some public comment about that tonight. We had a quick meeting with staff during the mayor-manager meeting. So what I will say is I'm supportive of providing an updated lease for the YMCA to continue providing services. I want to give Councilmember O'Farrell, I know you had a conversation with them. I want to give you a chance to also say anything if you would like to about this issue. So I'm not necessarily the one leading the charge here on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Kelly Martin had approached me about this too. They're concerned about losing that space at 120. They as Kelly had told us tonight, there's a lot of programming that they use. They use it almost like as an overflow kind of facility. They have been looking at other facilities in the city, like the high schools and that type of thing, to kind of use their facilities too. That doesn't seem, they may be able to use that to some degree, but I don't think it's a reliable facility that they can count on. They're concerned about a couple of the programs that they run, but specifically as well, like the pickleball, the 50 plus pickleball that they run there, which is free to the community, and it has been sponsored by King County. They got funding from that. So they really want to make sure that programs like that are free to our community, that they supervise and they staff, are still available to our community going forward. And it's been tremendously popular. And also all the basketball, all the various things that Kelly told us about tonight that they use that building for. So I would be certainly supportive of extending the lease to the Y. They know how to run a facility like this. This is what they do every day. They have, a world of experience in running a facility like that and taking care of it and opening and closing and staffing and even cleaning, whatever we decide to do with that. So they're not they're not a novice entity. They know what they're doing, and I would feel very comfortable with them remaining there and extending their lease there.
Thank you for that. I will offer a motion just so that we can talk about something solid at this point. So I'd move to direct the city manager to work with the YMCA to draft a contract for continued use of the 120 building that provides flexibility for the termination of the lease when the building is needed by the city.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I've already spoke to this. I think we should do it better than the building sitting empty. And I think it provides a great service to our residents. So I've got Councilmember Boyer.
Yes, could I amend that to a month-to-month lease until we make a decision? Is that?
You're more than welcome to make make an amendment. Then there would have to be a second on that one.
Okay, so I would, maybe even some questions of understanding with this proposal. Is this where the city would not incur any costs by doing this?
So with this one has more, this motion would result in more latitude to the city manager to be able to have a conversation with the Y about what they're willing to do in the building. Kelly brought up with me several things that they'd be willing to do. The city obviously has concerns. I don't think I'm in a position to try to negotiate the specific terms. So I felt that what this does is it could provide an opportunity for a 30-day, a month-to-month lease, or it could be 6 months, or, with a 30-day notice to terminate, or many other options. Okay. I felt that gave a range of options to come back to us.
So then that's the motion would be to begin that process. Let the games begin and figure it out, right?
Correct, yes.
Thanks.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, did I miss a memo? So when is the lease expiring? What are the issues? I guess, again, it sounds nice, but I feel a little blindsided here that I don't think I know what's going on. So can somebody help?
The city manager can address.
Because I don't think we got an email. It's not on the agenda. It's not in the packet. There's no information here.
I appreciate the question, Councilmember, and I think, and I understand, but the team was planning on coming back and talking about Building 120 on June 2nd at the June 2nd meeting, and that was going to be part of the conversation. The current leases that we extended for 1 year to those that were previously using the building are up at the end of June.
Okay.
And we felt that we didn't have council direction on how to use the building moving forward, nor did we feel like we had a way to say who might get to use the building and who wouldn't. And so part of that is getting clear direction from council, if that's where council chooses to go, is to be able to take that part on. I think one of the pieces about the Y that makes it a little easier is that they are self-sustaining when they're there, and they can let themselves in and out of the gym, and they take care of that. And they're not in the main part of the building. I think the concerns that you're going to hear next week that I'll just express now, or not next week, in 2 weeks, is that the rest of the building, if it's open, then it's a public building and we have to have staff there. And that gets a lot more challenging for us. And so, again, to carve out the Y as a community partner, I think is obviously council's choice to do so, and it would be clear direction. We just didn't feel like we had direction to be able to continue renting without giving any sort of criteria about who gets it and why. And we'd only offered and honored a 1 year extension at that point in time.
Okay. I mean, I'm not opposed to any of this. I just had zero information.
Yeah.
I guess one of my other questions would be, what about, don't we have a contract with Microsoft for the parking lot, which is also self-sustaining?
We are, apologies, we're continuing the Microsoft lease for that reason, is that they can use the parking lot and there's no issue there.
So I think if we amended our motion that said, enable the city manager to have discretion around, the zero impact or something, just because I worry that just sort of singling out one or two people, that we're kind of not making a policy, but we're picking and choosing people. And I feel like our job is more to sort of set policy and direction and not pick winners and losers individually. So I'd be open to saying enable the city manager to, extend contracts that have, that don't require additional staff time or something like that. But I don't want to necessarily name individual winners and losers, just because that doesn't feel like policy. That feels like playing favorites, and I don't think that's our intention. Right? Like, again, I'm totally in favor of the why, but I think there are other people who have contracts, and they're going to say, well, why them and not me? And I think we need to have a policy so that that's clear.
Okay, do you want to make a motion? An amendment? An amendment?
Sure. Could you repeat your motion so I can make sure I amend it appropriately? Sorry.
The motion on the floor is to direct the city manager to work with the YMCA to draft a contract for continued use of the 120 building and provide for flexibility of the termination of the lease when needed by the city.
It's pretty specific to the why.
If I can interrupt.
Yeah, please.
Our city attorney has a...
So perhaps the maker of the motion could withdraw the current motion on the table and propose a new motion that is directing the city manager to work with lessees of the 120 building and explore options for those lessees. Again, just broadening the category. And again, I think this was probably something that you were intending to address at a future council meeting, but just trying to broaden the language to work with all lessees until the city requires the use of the building for a different purpose.
One last question, if I may. Is there urgency to doing that today versus on the June 2nd meeting when you had originally planned to do it?
I can address that. Yes, there is, because June 2nd, that meeting would result in the time to execute a contract. And if for some reason at June 2nd, we did not choose to do that and waited, or there was some delay, the YMCA has programs in place right now that they need to find alternatives for. And that becomes very challenging to do, especially when they've got like youth leagues for basketball, badminton, and other things. So they came to Councilmember O'Farrell and then came to me and said, hey, this is an issue. And I think we brought it up to the city manager. It was added into the Friday update about the leases. He sent out a list of other leases that were currently in place. And so the only reason this is being brought forward now is to provide the time necessary for the YMCA to either find a location or tell the students, the kids, that they've got to cancel the programs.
Mr. City Manager, are there other lessees that have asked for extensions? And you said the why as a community partner was fine, but others may be more troublesome. Can you, again, I'm not opposed to the why. Just to be clear, I'm supportive of this, but again, I don't want us to be singling people out, but have a better policy.
I appreciate the question, Councilmember Rez. So just to make the clear distinction between the why is self-sustaining when they're in there, it doesn't require city staff to be there, and they are responsible for, because they only go in and out of the gym and they don't go into the main part of the building. The challenge that we have is staffing the main part of the building over this last year plus has been a challenge for us, and we don't have staff that are available. And so that is the issue that I was raising as a distinguishing factor between using the gym and the rest of the building. Those other folks that were in the building are running essentially private tutoring programs.
I see.
And so one of the tutoring programs, my understanding is that they have reached out and are going to use Beaver Lake Lodge. And I don't know about the other one. And I think there's one other leasing in there. And the Friday update, as the mayor said, had those items in there. So again, to just, if council chooses to go that direction, obviously we can work with the Y to get something in place. I think but we didn't feel like we had direction to do something like that without hearing from council. And so I do appreciate the prospective direction, so that we have clear marching orders about how to use the building. And even if we so choose to use the gym, I think I would still have reservations, and I think the team would have reservations about how to staff the other part of the building, because we've had a really hard time doing that. And we don't have, and as we go into this budget conversation, this is an operational issue. It's a staffing issue. It's an operational cost issue that we don't, council has not given clear direction on how they want to proceed with the building. So that's kind of the back end for all of this.
Could we amend then the wording to just say lessees that don't require staffing?
You're free to amend.
Oh, okay. Then I move to amend the motion to say that we would like to enable the city manager to negotiate with any lessees that don't require any staff at Building 120. You have a concern with that, Mr. City Manager?
Councilmember, a little bit. One of the issues would be unless you're using the gym and you're willing to be self-sufficient and take on sort of that liability piece, it's not really possible to use any part of the rest of the building. We're not going to turn the whole building over to someone to use one classroom.
Right.
So I don't know how we would functionally make that work, if that makes sense. And the Y has right now has the gym 5 afternoon evenings a week, and I believe on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
So I don't know that there's anyone else that could really utilize the gym necessarily, if that makes sense.
I'll be supportive of this. I do feel like going forward, we should try to have policy that's more policy-based and not sort of specific winners and losers, just to kind of keep us out of trouble.
Well, just like a point on that, just, when you, and I hear your point about singling people out, but to also reiterate that this is already an established partner with the city who already have an established reputation in doing exactly, but just for, like, it's not saying to extend the contract to a for-profit organization or a private organization. This has immense community benefit also. So I think it's in line with our values as a city too, and it makes sense and it seems logical to kind of do this with this particular organization who is, as I say, already an established partner with our city, already runs our community centre. So, and that if they didn't have access to this particular facility for this particular period of time, it would have an effect on our community.
Oh, and again, I totally support the Y, extending it with the Y. I don't want anyone to interpret what I'm saying is not supportive of the Y.
No, and I'm not. I just wanted to reiterate that for the public, that's why we would kind of make an exception and do something of this nature, because of the immense value it is to our community.
Okay, so I want to pull back and re-add structure back to this conversation. Is that an amendment you'd like to keep on the floor?
No, I will withdraw my amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Boyer.
Oh, yeah, with the amendment gone, no comment.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on. We've got a motion on the floor. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, thank you, everybody, for that discussion. Up next, we have what will no doubt be a very easy conversation, is the city manager search for both interim and permanent, but it's 10:23. We have 7 minutes left, and we do need to extend. I enjoy extending to longer periods of time, so perhaps 10:45, if anyone would like to make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed? All right, okay, so I was expecting a nay. Motion carried 7-0. So we had, as you might recall, we had a conversation last meeting and put together a subcommittee that consists of myself, Councilmember Treen, and Councilmember Lamb. As part of that process, Councilmember Treen came up with 7 different iterations of ways we can go. That was discussed by the 3 of us. We kind of narrowed it down. We then had 2 phone calls with our city attorney to talk about it in more detail. Tonight we have, after removing a lot of items from consideration, we have 2 motions to go through. One of them is to direct the city manager to get contracts, request contracts from recruiting firms to find an interim city manager that would last approximately 6 months or until we fill the position. And the next one is, let me pull up my notes here so I can convey it correctly. And the next one is to have the city manager prepare an RFP to hire a professional recruiter to conduct a search for a new permanent city manager, and then have that draft RFP provide options for the council to choose from at our June 2nd council meeting, although we might have to adjust the date for the RFP timing to be later. So as soon as possible would probably be the correct language to use. And just to clarify again, the first motion with the external interim city manager, the request would be that they bring the contract back to the subcommittee for review and approval so it can just go out. We're not anticipating anything huge in that, but we do need to get it out the door. So it would come back to Councilmember Treen, Lamb, and myself, and we would just do a quick cursory review and have the city send it out. So
For an external.
For an external interim search, the city manager would request recruiting firms to provide us contracts to review for their search for an interim city manager.
Well, no, can we ask some questions before we get a motion on the floor?
Yes, I just wanted to set the stage that we are looking at this as a two-part process. One is an external search for an interim, and then an external search for a
Right. I guess one of my clarifying questions is, isn't the first request an RFP, right? Like you're requesting proposals from firms, and then we need to choose a firm for an interim city manager, and that's no different than, they're two different things, and I get that, they're two steps, but I guess I'm curious why we don't just do an RFP. We'd have to give them time to come back. Like, why not just come back to the council? So, not that I'm opposed to it, I just don't understand the differences here and why we're circumventing the council process and the RFP process.
I'll jump in here and try to give a little bit of context. I think one of the issues is timing. I think for an interim, I think in order to get someone in place before I am stepping away, I think we would need to do a little bit faster than that. And so forgive Mayor, what I was suggesting is to get a couple of just quick proposals from interims with a couple of different candidates from their pools for the subcommittee to review, and then make a recommendation to all the rest of you. So apologies, Mayor.
So the subcommittee would actually make a recommendation on who to hire as the interim?
To you, all of you.
Sorry, say that again?
They would make a recommendation to all of you. So they would review and come back and make a recommendation to all of you on a perspective. Again, if that doesn't work for all of you, we can talk about something else. But we were mostly concerned about timing. And recognizing that the broader RFP is going to take time, but we're trying to go for expediency.
I'm fine with the expediting getting candidates in. I would be more willing to have a special meeting so that the whole council can review. Only because my experience with having an interim is that they may be here for 9 months and they're going to be here during like the budget cycle. It's a pretty important decision. And our deliberations in the past of looking at candidates, it was really helpful to hear from all of them. And just like with a regular city manager, it has to be somebody that everyone feels comfortable working with. So I guess I'm not totally comfortable with the subcommittee picking the interim. But I'm happy to have a special meeting to come in and expedite that process.
For clarity, that wasn't what I understood that to be. When we had our quick conversation, my understanding would be that the city would reach out to 2-3 recruiting firms to get their contract for us to review and approve, for them to then go out and do a search and come back to the council and not have the. So the subcommittee.
I see what you're saying.
My intent with that was the subcommittee would just quickly do a review of the contract to make sure that we agreed with the process that they were going to use and what their parameters might be, and then the city council as a whole would look at the candidates.
Okay. Apologies.
For interim.
Yeah.
Is that work? Since we had a miscommunication, I want to make sure that's workable on your side.
That was my mistake.
Can we ask a question of the city attorney? Can the subcommittee approve a contract? I'm fine with you guys doing it. I just don't know if you can.
Only if the council majority delegates that authority to the subcommittee. However, that's not what I heard, but just to clarify, that delegation could happen if a majority of the council supports that.
Got it.
If I may, council member, or the subcommittee could direct me to sign the contract.
But
On
only if
behalf
it's
of- on
within
behalf of
your.
council.
It would have to be within your budget.
I would very much assume that for the interim, it would be within my signing
Okay.
authority. Yeah.
Excellent. I just want to make sure we don't do something that can't be done.
Yep, okay. Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, let me see if I can decode this. So interim contract, find somebody for the interim, go to search firms, step one. Step two then is RFP for search firm for a permanent city manager.
Correct.
And those are two separate motions?
There'll be two separate motions, yes.
Got it, thank you.
I don't see any of their lights on, but before I make the motion, I just want to make sure there's no clarifying questions about the process. Okay. So I'll make a motion I move to direct the city manager to, one second, that's not the right one. Sorry, folks. Last minute adjustment on the. Okay, so I move to direct the city manager to request contracts from multiple recruiting firms for the hiring of a professional recruiter to identify an interim city manager to serve starting as soon as possible for approximately 6 months or until a new permanent city manager search is complete, and provide the subcommittee with approval authority of that contract.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I think I heard, well, does it matter the subcommittee approval? Either way, okay, I'm good.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay, and this next one is for the recruitment of a permanent city manager. So I move to direct the city manager to prepare an RFP to hire a professional recruiter to conduct a search for a new permanent city manager and have the draft RFP that provides options for the council to choose from be ready for the council's review as soon as possible. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Stewart?
So for that RFP, typically we would have to provide some additional information, like do we want a national search? Do we want only a local search? I think we're going to need to provide a little bit more detail to be able to put out the requests for proposals unless the city manager feels like he has that, or maybe we need to discuss that, because at least in my experience, we had to do all of that before, so that because the cost will be very different if it's,
Let me clarify that the options to choose from was not in relation to the RFP as a whole, but optionality within the RFP so that we can choose, do we want to go for now? What's the cost for statewide? What's the cost? So that sort of optionality is what that.
So you are asking these recruiting firms to come back and say, we're submitting, we're responding to your request for proposal, and here's proposal A, B, and C. That's what you're kind of looking for from the
However
firms.
they wanted to do that. I felt
Okay.
it was more important for us to get this out the door than it was for us to try
Okay.
to identify exactly what we wanted now with no
Got it.
idea of what those various costs might be.
Okay.
That was, I think, not my discussion. I think I'm conveying the subcommittee's thoughts correctly.
Okay. Thanks for the
If I may add to that, I think one of the things that we can do is we can pull together a draft scope, and we can send it out to all of you, and you can send feedback back to us. And if there's any adjustments, we can do that, and then we can get that out the door. And that would drive the different components of what we would ask for in the RFP.
Perfect. I'm good with that.
Okay, any other lights? No? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you everyone for that. dealing with that process there. Okay, now we are on to regular council reports. We'll start down with Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on Thursday, I have a RIA 8 Salmon Recovery Council meeting, and then that morning I will be at the Chamber of Commerce lunch.
Councilmember Lamb.
I have a Arch Council of Electeds meeting on Thursday. The main topics are funding for affordable housing, the King County-wide housing levy updates, and we'll be hearing 2 success stories, one from Woodinville and one from our deputy mayor, who will be talking about our Habitat for Humanity's homes.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I have a GMPB meeting on Thursday. We will be taking action on finalizing our redesignation of industrial centers around the region. And then there will be 2 discussion items, one on homelessness and shelter needs across the U.S. and vision review and update, I guess, as we start to look at, would that be Vision 2060? So if anyone has any questions, let me know.
Councilmember Treen. Done. I will be at the Chamber of Commerce luncheon doing the city update, joined by Councilmember O'Farrell. And the Deputy City Manager will be there as well. And then on Friday, I am going to visit Mrs. Fox's 4th grade class. And they have several questions they have sent me ahead of that little meeting. So I'll have an hour there talking with them about all things city. So, Deputy Mayor.
In addition to the Arch meeting, tomorrow evening, I'm going to attend a Master Builders King County elected officials reception in Bellevue. I like to connect with our development community as well. And then, of course, next week we have the police chief interviews that we'll all be participating in.
Councilmember Boyer.
Nothing to report.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I am delighted to share that our 2 spring recycle events were very popular, with 2,164 carloads of recyclables collected, equating to almost 150,000 pounds of material diverted from the waste stream. Folks can mark their calendars for July 11th, where there will be a mini recyclable collection event with details to follow on what materials will be accepted. I want to remind that next Monday, City Hall will be closed in remembrance of Memorial Day. And so want to encourage everyone to take the time to thank someone that has given the sacrifice of serving their country. And finally, I want to personally thank all of our Public Works teams. This is Public Works Week. As you know, we have an amazing staff, and I appreciate all of the opportunity to celebrate and recognize the great work that they do that we may or may not see, but they are out there every day doing great work. So thank you to the Public Works team.
Thank you very much. Quick question. Do we have a plan for lowering the flag for Memorial Day with the city offices closed?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
It's been moved, seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you, everybody.
For the railings, additional architectural requests. And I think the footprint is something that should have been looked at first before asking for an additional $5,500 in study.